Hi, Jen. Looks like you're the first one tonight. There's Aaron.
Now for special financing and other spring tune-up specials. Call us today and let us find the problems before the heat of the summer.
I just want to let everybody know, I just got off the phone with Stephanie. She's going to be chairing the meeting tonight, and in order for the meeting to comply with the Open Meetings Act requirements for remote meetings, the chair needs to be in person at Brookins, and there's a miscommunication around that, so she should be there, I would guess, somewhere between 10 minutes. But in order for the meeting to comply with the Open Meetings Act, I spoke with the state's attorney, and she recommended that we wait to start the meeting until we have somebody present at Brookins.
We don't have enough with what we got so far to win.
I'm hoping that someone can help me. But the detectives, I didn't see Corey do anything.
Anybody know what's happening?
We're waiting on Miss Stephanie to get to the building.
And so I spoke to Stephanie. She just got to the building, so she should be logging in just a minute.
Hello. Hey, everyone. My deep apologies. I honestly, it was not even kind of on my radar screen that I was supposed to be at Brookings. Oh, sorry. Sorry, can you hear me now? Okay, sorry. It wasn't even kind of on my radar screen that I was supposed to be at Brookings, and I did not know I was chairing this meeting until Tuesday. And for some reason, it didn't occur to me that since I was chairing it, I had to be here. So super sorry. I dislike wasting people's time. If the clerk could please get this meeting going. Thank you.
Thorsland,
Here.
Vanich Theranon.
Here.
Wolken,
Here.
Carter,
Here.
Cowart,
Present.
Esri,
Here.
Furtado,
Here.
Goss,
Here.
Harper, King,
Here.
Lakshin,
Here.
McGuire,
Apparently my space bar is not gonna work again. I'm here.
Michaels,
Here.
Pasalakwa,
Here.
Paul,
What's it been like being on the outside? It's been a struggle. You know, I'm still trying to figure out who I am and what I want to do. You know, I miss-
Paul, Rodriguez,
Here.
Store,
Here.
Straub,
Here.
Summers,
Here.
Taylor,
Here.
Patterson.
Here.
All right, thank you so much. Can I have a motion to approve the agenda? Ms. King, second? Mr. Pat- Oh, who, sorry, I saw Kyle first. So Kyle, second. If the clerk could do that part.
Thorsland,
Yes.
Vanich Theranon,
Yes.
Wolken,
Yes.
Carter,
Yes.
Cowart,
Yes.
Esri,
Yes.
Furtado,
Yes.
Goss,
Yes.
Harper, or no, King,
Yes.
Lakshin,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Michaels,
Yes.
Pasalakwa,
Yes.
Paul, Rodriguez,
Yes.
Store,
Yes.
Straub,
Yes.
Summers,
Yes.
Taylor,
Yes.
Patterson.
Yes.
Great. Next up, we have public communication. Do any members of the public wish to speak? Any members of the public, raise your hand. All right, seeing none, moving on. Next up, we have communications from the board. Does anybody on the board have a communications that they would like to share? All right, seeing none, moving on. My understanding about what we're supposed to be doing tonight is we need to make some decisions and have a conversation as the board about pending issues that have to do with the budget, some of which are somewhat small and some of which are fairly large, including what we are going to allocate for the ARPA funding specifically for 2022. I don't believe the intention is that we are voting today. At least that was the conversation that we had. It is more that we are giving direction because we need to enter these figures into the budget so that then we can present the full budget with these decisions in place. So what I'd like to propose that we do is that we start with the county budget memo that the executive provided for us. And if you look on page 2, at the bottom of the page, there are pending decisions. There are a series of pending decisions, the first of which we've already made. So congratulations to us. We could skip that. Then the next of which is the treasurer's request for an increase for the chief deputy. What I'd like to do is suggest that we start with these here, the 3 decisions that we have to make here, and then we switch gears to the ARPA funding, and we could talk a little bit more on how to facilitate that discussion when we get to that piece. And then my suggestion is that we just start with a discussion. And if it appears that there's general agreement with, maybe 1 or 2 dissenters, then it's clear where we are. And that should be enough direction for Tammy to be able to go ahead and fill in that section of the budget. If, as I suspect, we have disagreement on, especially once we get to the ARPA funding on some of these issues, what I think is after we feel that we've had enough discussion, what I might do, if this is okay with you all, is have the clerk call the roll. And instead of it being a vote, everybody express their opinion, right? And so that then we could sort of see if there's any consensus, sort of like a straw poll type of situation. But let's cross that bridge when we come to it and first try to see how it goes with some of these easier decisions. So the first thing is the treasurer requested a budget amendment for a pay grade increase for the chief deputy in mid-2021 that was deferred for board reconsideration in the 2022 budget. As you recall, we fulfilled essentially half of what the treasurer asked for, but did not fulfill the full dollar amount. So I guess does anybody want to open the discussion on that? Mr. Summers.
If my recollection is correct, when we were discussing the request for the pay grade jump for the chief deputy, a majority of board members were in support of it. We did not have 15 votes, but we came up with a compromise. I think at this point, we need to honor the request of our treasurer, whose department has done yeoman's work over the last year, and make the chief deputy's salary at a more appropriate level. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goss.
Yeah, thank you. I guess my question is, I would be more willing to fulfill that if I knew that we were caught up on the bank recs, which are primarily his responsibility. Otherwise, I'm not at all in favor of doing it, because I think that's such a huge part of that job. I think it's a primary part of that job. And therefore, if we've had this amount of time to catch up, if we're not caught up yet, I mean, we're coming up to the end of another year. And so it'll be here before we know it. And I'd like to hear whether we've had that progress or not. And that would determine how I would vote.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Goss. Ms. Michaels.
Real quickly, could you go over those numbers again, where they were, to kind of refresh our memory? What we
Sure.
authorized, what the bottom line was for that, please?
Sure. So the clerk, or I'm sorry, the treasurer asked for $11,506. We allocated $6,189. The difference in annual salary is therefore $5,317.
So sorry, can I follow up, Stephanie, real quick?
Sure.
So what we're wanting to do is put an additional 5,000 into the 22 budget is what we're asking for.
5,317 by my
Okay,
calculations.
since the 6 has already been approved and it's already in there.
Right. That we made that increase when we held that meeting back in March.
Right. I didn't know if it carried over into 22. Thank you.
It will. Yeah. It was a salary increase, so it's perpetual. Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Any other thoughts on this? Mr. Patterson.
Thanks. I guess it just sort of my take on this is that we already increased the pay grade as far as where a department head wants to pay their staff person within that range is their prerogative, as long as it's within the range that we've all agreed to. Most departments would be able to do this that have a larger staff and have a larger payroll But because of the small staff size in this office, they require this amendment. And I think that it's not really on us to micromanage somebody's pay within their pay grade. And it's particularly unfair to the treasurer's office because it's such a small staff. They don't have flexibility in their payroll. So I'm supportive of this.
Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this issue? All right, so Mr. Thorsland.
Thanks, Stephanie. I agree with Kyle. I think that we need to give the treasurer the flexibility to do this. This was something that was negotiated almost a year ago. Mr. Goss maybe again wants some sort of performance indicator there. I think that's up to the treasurer to decide whether or not this money goes to the deputy. But I think we need to put it in there. We said we were going to do it, and I would be supportive in putting the 5,317 back in that 22 budget.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire.
Thank you. Well, I agree with Mr. Goss. I think any of the funding that we give out for ARPA, we should be able to ensure that those organizations are able to fulfill the responsibilities. I know it's all different because it's actually the treasurer's office, but the public has had years of trying to deal with the treasurer's office, and we need to make sure it's running appropriately.
All right, thank you, Mr. McGuire. I will mention, I don't believe the treasurer is on this call. And I do not fully know the answer to that question. I know that there's been significant progress made, but I don't know the full answer to Mr. Goss's question. Ms. Lakshan.
I just wanted to confirm, sorry, this is not ARPA funding related, is it? This
No.
will be coming out of our standard budget.
No, these first three are these first three decision points that we have to make is just standard budget.
Great, thank you.
All right, here's how I think I'm going to do this one. If you do not agree that we should do this, if you could please speak to that. That way we could sort of take a straw poll, and that would give the clerk. And again, when I say speak to it, don't feel that you just remember, we got a full agenda. Speak as long as you want, but you could also just speak succinctly if you want as well. This is just to give Tammy a sense of where folks are. Brad.
Thank you very much. I too would side with Mr. Goss. I don't think it's unfair or micromanaging to expect performance, and I'm okay with the 6180 was appropriated, but I'm not okay.
Brad, we couldn't really hear you. I think you were giving us an object lesson for one of our items later in the list, broadband viability. But I understood that you were saying you agreed with Mr. Goss.
Yeah, and I apologize, and that's why I have to turn my video off because the connection is weak. But you are correct. I do agree with Mr. Goss and Mr. McGuire.
Thank you. Mr. Esri?
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Goss as well. And another point, somewhat, I guess you could say, to go along with that, with not knowing like where the reconciliations are, just in general, we haven't had a decent budget report in years now, like we used to get. And we don't really hear what's going on in that office, and the spending of the money is one of the biggest things that we do as a county board, and keeping track of that. So yeah, I'm not in favor of this at this point in time.
All right, thank you, Mr. Esri. Ms. King?
Hi, I'm kind of confused as to what we're doing right now, because I don't know how hearing from the few people who don't want to do this is helpful at this time. I mean, I'm not being civil, I just kind of want to know what's going on.
So I just need a sense. What I need to do is to be able to give Tammy a sense of how she should prepare the budget. So what I need is a sense if there is a majority of folks that do or do not support this without taking a formal vote. So I am just trying to find out giving people the chance to speak. If they don't, let me be clear, I'm only asking, you're welcome to speak if you support it. But right now I'm asking for people to speak that don't support it so that we could see if it is clear in one direction or the other, so that then we could give Tammy direction if she should put this into the budget, right? All right, Kyle.
Once the normal discussion is done, can I suggest that we do a roll call, or we do a straw poll by just doing a normal yes or no roll call?
Sure.
And I mean, obviously it's a straw poll, so it's not like a resolution or anything, but
Sure.
that could be I think a more structured way.
We could absolutely do that. I thought this would be faster, but clearly I was wrong. Because this way we'd only have to hear from a few people, but oh well. Diane.
I just have a quick question again, something I just forgot about.
Sure.
With the 6,000 that we added in, is that, I believe that actually put him within the pay grade that he was moved up to, kind of at the lower to middle.
Right. Yeah.
So he actually is in that pay grade now. It's just a
Yes.
matter of whether we're going to add to that.
Right.
Okay.
She wanted to bring him in higher within that pay grade. We didn't quite have the votes for that, so we brought it in halfway with the promise that we would revisit it during the budget cycle. And as Kyle mentioned, one of the reasons that we have to bring this before the board is there's so few staff there that you don't have, there's not that flexibility when you have a 4-person office, right?
Right.
All right.
Just recalling that I thought it was, but it landed where she was not comfortable with where on that pay grade, but he is getting the salary that is indicative of the grade that was increased. So
All right.
we're just adding more. Super.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Right. Thank you. Darlene, I think you have a point of information.
Yes, I just wanted to mention that the auditor has joined us. I don't see the treasurer yet, but the auditor's here and I think would be able to speak to the reconciliations a little bit.
Well, would be able to speak to some of the reconciliations. The auditor isn't doing all of them, but sure, if the auditor wants to speak about that. George, did you want to speak about that? I don't want to put you on the spot to speak about an office that isn't yours.
Yeah, I didn't see myself unmuted and it was odd. Okay. Sorry, I was just munching. My most recent impression is that the treasurer will undertake the collector recs herself, and that she'll need the month of October to do so. So we weren't able to report on this in September. That was the month that was assigned to that particular task.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to go with Kyle's suggestion. And in order to make it clear that this isn't a vote, instead of voting. Yeah,
Hey,
Jen.
Stephanie?
Yeah.
Sorry.
CJ is here,
CJ
has her hand up.
Yeah.
Who does?
CJ?
Oh, CJ, I apologize. I can't see you. Go ahead, CJ.
She's in the attendees.
Oh, could somebody please bring CJ over to the full board? Maybe I have the power. I don't know.
CJ, can we hear you? I think you moved over.
Okay. CJ, could you please speak to the state of the reconciliations, which is the question that folks had?
Okay, I'm on here now. So I saw your message on Stephanie, and I heard what you guys were saying about the reconciliations. Again, we're caught up for the most part with the 2020. I did speak to Orion in the auditor's office, and I did inform them that I would want to take another month to make sure that some of these things are corrected. Part of the issue being that there were a bunch of payments that were taken in that were not logged properly in the system that we have set up. And I'm having to go through all of the collector bank records in order to find these payments that may or may not have been made. I will let you guys know ahead of time that is very likely going to be a number of sale and errors as a result of some of these payments that I'm seeing reflected, but reflected as not paid in 2020. If not for those things, I probably would have been able to get this accomplished in September. but because I want to make sure I'm doing the most accurate and appropriate job, I'm actually requesting an additional month to kind of get that done while we complete the 2021 or the technically 2020 reconciliations as we're going through. I do want to have a little bit more time to get rid of 2020. And that's really what it comes down to.
CJ, just two questions to follow up on that. One, when you say you think there's going to be a number of sale in error, can you give us a sense of that? That's a little bit not germane to our discussion, but I think that's an important topic. And then one other question is, can you give us a status on the 2021 reconciliations?
Okay, so as far as the 2020, the number of sale and errors that I anticipate, I'm saying maybe a dozen.
Okay.
Which, again, considering how many we've already, I think we're up to about 30 or so for the year for 2020. So that'll be an additional, basically another 30% of like the total that we have. While sale and errors they happen. It is what it is. I mean, because some payments don't get processed and things happen. There have been a significant number because of, again, people just not logging things appropriately in the new system. As far as the 2021 reconciliations, we are doing them as we move forward. So by the time, and I had a conversation with Orion about this as well, we anticipate that we will have the 2021s done in February, because we'll have about 3 or 4 months of lull time where we can focus on improving processes as well as making sure that those payments are fully basically logged for the upcoming audit. So 2021 is ongoing. 2020 is gonna need another month or so. Okay.
Thank you. Jen Straub.
Sorry, my hand was up from getting CJ earlier.
Oh, thanks. All right. Does anybody else have any other questions or comments? Okay, so what I think we're going to do is we're going to do roll call, and instead of saying yes or no, so it's very clear that this is not a vote, if you could just say suppose, oppose, or support. How about that? All right. If you could call the roll.
Thorsland,
Support.
Vantage Theranon,
For.
Wolken,
Oppose.
Carter,
Support.
Cowart,
Support.
Esri,
Opposed.
Furtado,
Support.
Goss,
Oppose.
Harper, King,
Support.
Lakshan,
Support.
McGuire,
Oppose.
Michaels,
Oppose.
Pasalakwa,
Oppose.
Paul,
Oppose.
Rodriguez,
Support.
Store,
Support.
Straub,
Support.
Summers,
Support.
Taylor,
Support.
Patterson.
Support.
All right. Thank you all for bearing with me because, listen, I literally don't really know how I'm supposed to be facilitating this conversation. So I'm trying to figure out the best way to do it while we're doing it. So thank you for that. Based on that conversation, the majority supported the idea of let me be clear, what we're doing right now is just giving direction on what should be put into the budget. We will have ample opportunity to vote on all of these items multiple times in the months ahead. The next one is the treasurer requested an amendment, or I'm sorry, the next one is to specify uses for the allocation of the $130,000 in the county board's county administrator line item. As you recall, we've been carrying ERP expenses upon the staffing expenses for quite some time, but as that project winds down, so does our commitment. The suggestion was $37,000 for ERP management, $20,000 for public process consultant for jail consolidation funding, which I could speak to in a minute, $15,000 for legal fees with the ongoing legal action that is going on between the board and the executive, and then 58,000 for other uses. So just two things I wanted to mention. I just throw these out there, and by no means does this mean if any people have other suggestions, feel free to throw them out. In speaking a little bit with Tammy, the main reason we would need a public process consultant for the jail is if we needed to go out to public referendum. And at this time, I don't anticipate that that is going to be the case. Of course, that could change, but that does not seem the direction that we're going in. And so that amount maybe doesn't need to be that high. I do think maybe keeping some money in the services line might be a good idea for the jail. We depending on if we do issue debt, that would be a percentage of the debt that we issue if we do issue debt in 2022. And we might need to lock that in depending on interest rates and stuff like that. So that's all things we have to consider. $20,000 if we issue debt might not be enough to pay for that process. We might actually need a little bit more than that depending on how much debt we issue. The thing that I spoke with Mr. Goss about and Mr. Patterson about in a preparation meeting for this is potentially using the remaining dollar amount, whether it be 58,000 or if we decide to wiggle that other one, potentially to hire a short-time grant writer, let me rephrase that, grant manager. And my suggestion would be if we did that, we advertise it as at least a 2-year position from this line, specifically targeted to leverage ARPA dollars. And so by this, I mean, there's like $1 billion out there for broadband. And we've got money, but not enough to do the whole project. There's money out there for water stuff that we could do. And I think we have this ARPA money and the opportunity to leverage it for more money. I don't think we currently have the staff capacity to do so without some support. So that's my suggestion for where we allocate this money. To be honest, right now, all we have to really do is decide if we want it in contractual or staff. I would highly recommend if we do a grant person, we make it a short-time staff over contractual. You just frankly get more bang for your buck out of staff doing grants than contractors doing grants. But that's just my thoughts, and I would like to open the floor to anybody else's thoughts. Ms. Carter.
I would support your suggestion as far as hiring someone to look for grants. I will not support any ARP funds going forward. Thank you.
Okay. And that the ARP fund money is this, let me be clear again, these first three are not ARP funding. These are just general budget. Like this is a line that the county board controls. This is our budget. You know what I mean? So that's what this is for. Eric.
Yeah, I would be supportive of the 37K for the ERP. I think that public participation fund should be 10, not 20, so that we could put that 68 into the grant manager position. I think the grant manager position is going to realize the most value. And I agree, it should be advertised as a position and not as a contract.
Steve?
I concur with Eric, particularly looking at the grant manager position. It reminds me of a conversation that we had at a board meeting several years ago where both Mr. Goss and myself felt that we were letting money just slide through the county's hands because we were not applying for grants in the manner that we should be. With the ARPA money and with the federal dollars that are also out there, this is a great opportunity for us to leverage more money for broadband and water and other areas. So I enthusiastically support that division of these dollars. Thank you.
Leah and then Emily.
Thank you. I totally agree with what Eric said and Steve's expansion on that. I think that putting money into that grant person is more than going to pay for itself. And it's a very smart move.
Emily.
Also agree. Just wanted to flag for everybody's attention. I mean, we're watching what will likely be the passage of the reconciliation bill tonight. So the Build Back Better Act. There'll be a lot of cash that we can attract for our districts and the betterment of our community. So enthusiastic about this measure.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? Chris?
Thank you. I support the hiring of a grant manager. We've already had some people from the community have brought to our attention, some funding opportunities that the Champaign County might participate in for innovative sorts of work that could not only be of economic value, but kind of improve the overall kinds of construction and planning that we do. And so I do support the grant writer.
Anybody else? I want to make sure I'm being fair. Is anybody from the Republican caucus want to speak on this at all? All right, I don't see anybody, so it seems like we have widespread agreement on this. So we're not going to do the roll call, and we're going to leave that as, oh, Mr. McGuire. Jim?
I don't know that just because we don't speak on an issue that we consider agreement. I don't necessarily agree that we need to cut the funding for the consultant. I mean, obviously the jail would be a huge process. Grant writers, I don't think that's a bad idea. I don't know if this is the place to place it. If it's only a 2-year job to get these grants, I'm not sure who would apply for the position. I suppose there are people. Anyway, thank you.
To Mr. McGuire's point, I actually think that this is a position that we should have forever, but I think that this is an opportunity to see how it goes. And if, as Chris said, it does leverage more money, then we can take that evaluation, but we also budget from year to year. So, but I will say this, if you don't speak in opposition, then I don't know, like, that's the only way I can know there's opposition, right? So if I ask if there's opposition and if nobody says anything, then I am going to move on. Okay. I will say this too. I do think if this is okay with the board, I do trust Tammy's judgment on terms of the need for that sort of contractual line that has to do with the jail. And so if she felt really strongly that that line needed to wiggle back or forth from 10 to 20, I would be completely okay with her bringing that suggestion to us in the budget and having the budget reflected based on what she thought in terms of what sort of liquidity we're going to need in that line to make that happen. But that's just me. I don't want to speak for everybody. All right, I don't see anybody else. Okay. Next decision. We have a significant surplus in our public safety sales tax, $977,433. And we need to decide, we need to give direction onto what we should do about that money. Thoughts? Mr. Summers.
I think that we should retain those dollars. We may well need to house prisoners out of county for a longer period of time. And I think we need to allow for that contingency in our budget.
Thank you. Anybody, Ms. King, Mr. McGuire, and then Brad.
I'd just like to second what Steve said. I think it's incredibly important that we do not ever put anyone back into the downtown jail if we can at all help it. So if using this funding keeps people from being in that facility, I'm all for it.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire.
I agree with both of them. Obviously, if it's going to cost $1.5 million or $2 million a year to board people out of county, even during construction, we need the funds, but there are multiple facilities issues that this money for the courts that could use money. Thank you.
Oh, well, no, wait, Jim, this is actually important. is that this decision, if we decide to keep it in for the housing, my understanding it would be in section or the 03 line of the budget, the contractual services, where if we decided to put it towards construction, that would be the 04. And so like that is actually we need to decide between those two things. So just to be clear, if we decide we're going to use it for housing people, if we then later decided we wanted to apply some or all of this to construction, it would require a budget amendment in the board because it is in a different category of funding. Does that make sense?
Yes, I understand. Thanks for that clarification, but
Okay.
we will need funding no matter
Okay.
what coming out of Board of Senate.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that that was clear, that like that we were kind of deciding either, like there were two options in here, either CARF or boarding, and we're talking about the boarding side of it right now. Brad.
I'm not comfortable with the word boarding because I think about my dogs, but I do think that it should retain there because from the sheriff's testimony, we know that's going to be an ongoing expense. And it's a symptom of our bigger problem, which I hope we can all agree needs some attention later in the meeting or in further meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Leah.
Okay, so first off, I totally support putting this towards the, again, lack of a better word, boarding. I have a question though. So first off, that totally applies to public safety, which is awesome. Because it keeps the public that are in the jail safer by having them in a properly maintained jail. And then secondly, what happens, and this is just me kind of having a brain freeze, what happens if they don't use all of it this next budget cycle? Because it's $977,000 approximately. And last I thought I heard it was going to be like 800,000 or 750,000 was the estimate.
No,
for the boarding.
it's probably in like the $1.5 million range if we boarded the full landscape of where the sheriff would like to be. And the sheriff texted me and apologized. He had to step off because he has a forum that he is attending and I believe is a presenter on right now. So he apologized he couldn't be here for this part of the conversation. However, I will say that as of now, we have not been successful in finding alternative placement for all of the people that are in that landscape. And so it is possible that some of the funding that we did for this first 4 months isn't going to be allocated. And I mean, it's more than likely that that'll continue into 2022. So it's possible that this would be enough money. If not, we would then, as we did this year, later on probably in the mid to late summer, early fall, have to revisit this question and potentially appropriate additional funds from the fund balance in order to make up that difference. And also that would also be an opportunity for us to see if there was any cost savings in other categories of the budget that we could then redirect. But I think it's very possible that this wouldn't be enough to do the full amount, but it would get us pretty far. Again, it's just going to matter. It really depends on what classifications we have and how successful we are in finding alternative locations for them. And I hope if Dustin watches this later, I hope I represented this correctly. I did my best.
Awesome. Thank you, Stephanie.
I'm actually still on here. I was just
Oh, Dustin, I'm sorry. I don't know why I can't, y'all are sneaky. I can't see everybody. Sorry, Dustin.
That's okay. I just to speak on that really quickly. And so any extra money that was allocated this fiscal year for out of county boarding that I do not use out of that 500,000 is just staying in that line. It'll get back into the main budget at the end of the year. And however you want to do it for next year, you can do it for next year. I know there's going to be some transportation costs and stuff like that as well. Classification has just been kicking our butts when it comes to who we can move out of county, who we can't. And we're trying to do this, we're balancing people being able to speak frequently with their families and their attorneys and things, along with not being a safety risk inside the downtown jail. So all of those things have just been a little slower than possible. But, again, I'll assure you that at least for this fiscal year, none of that money that was extra, that extra money that was allocated is being used for anything else. And I would tell you the same thing for next year. But you can decide on how to do it. You know, we're going to have another meeting here on the 6th as far as the future of the jail and things. So we'll just kind of see how that shapes up and stuff. But you got my word on that that's all that's being used for.
Thank you. And that is true. And I guess to speak to Leah's question in a broader sense, anytime any fund isn't expended by the end of the year, it does fall back into fund balance. Yes. Any other thoughts on this? If anybody wants to speak in opposition of this idea, please do so. All right. So now we've finished the easy part. And we're going to go to ARPA. So I have a couple of suggestions to make upon this. And if any, again, this is just me making this up as I go. So if anybody has any other suggestions for how to facilitate this conversation, please let me know. My suggestion is that we just go through the items in the order that they are on your spreadsheet. And just to be clear, the spreadsheet that I'm talking about is the one that starts on, okay, the pages aren't numbered. Oh yeah, they are on page 6. This is the survey tool that we filled out, that the executive gave us. And my suggestion is that we only speak to the items where somebody said that they want to fund that item at some level so that we could have a conversation about those. I have further suggestions that in some cases we consolidate the discussion together. For example, water, lots of people filled it out lots of different ways. I'm not entirely sure that we as a board know what needs to be in like water, sewer infrastructure versus stormwater. And if somebody wants to speak, I mean, we could talk, but just maybe kind of all group that together, and the same with broadband, kind of all group that together. And then I have a spreadsheet. These are the 2 questions that we need to answer tonight in order of importance. We need to get a sense of what we want to allocate for 2022. That's our most important decision. Tammy needs numbers that she can type into a budget, okay? Our second most important decision is a landscape for each of these categories, what we would anticipate spending totally over the lifespan of this grant over the next 3 years, and in the case of construction projects, potentially 2 years after that. Does that seem, and so I have a spreadsheet where I could kind of keep a tally as we go, and I could share my screen occasionally as we go. Does that seem like an okay method for everybody? All right. The next thing I want to say is I am fully aware that there are strong opinions about this. And I am fully aware that there is not widespread agreement either within caucuses or between caucuses. And so what I'm hoping is that we could have a robust and factual conversation, that everybody gets a chance to speak, but that we arrive at some sort of direction for Tammy, because she really needs to put this budget together, and that we do so in a way that recognizes that we all want to take care of everybody in Champaign County, and just might have differences of opinions about the best way to do that. Okay. So the first thing up, because, you know, there's no sense in pretending things that, you know, punting difficult conversations down the road, is Fund 1.7. I will say my one disappointment with this survey tool is I had asked for repeatedly that the jail be put separate, so that we could have a more coherent conversation, and that for everybody, including those who think we should be using ARPA funding for a substantial amount of the jail, would have the ability to articulate that clearly on this form. That did not happen on this form. I didn't put this form together. If I had, there would have been a line, and it would have been like 1.7A, so that we could have separated out that conversation. So what I would like to suggest is that we first start with the capital investments that are not the jail, and that we use the list that the elected officials gave us, that we talked about at length at the last meeting, as our jumping off point specifically for the 2022 funding. Does that make sense? And then I also then would like to say, with 2 exceptions, I'd like to talk about those items first, then talk about the jail. And I would like to take the Delizzo's request for early childhood funding building and put that in because there isn't a specific early childhood category. And it seems to me that at least some people filled it out with that there just based on the dollar amount. So why don't we hold that to that part of the spreadsheet? Does that sound okay? All right. So I guess the question I have for you is, let's start with 2022. We heard from a lot of elected officials on what they would like for funding for 2022. And to give you a sense of this, there's 667,000 that was not capital. And that included part-time staff for the auditor's office, a computer scanning project for digitizing records within the clerk's office, postage for vote by mail, and the sheriff asked for $25,000 for combating violence. And then there was $2.092 million, $2,092,678 in capital that from several different offices. So why don't we start the conversation there for 2022? Does anybody, my recommendation would be that we fund what the elected officials asked for in 2022. I thought that all of them made good cases for what they wanted. But does anybody want to discuss any of those items in greater detail? Mr. McGuire.
Well, I wasn't aware of how you were going to do this process, so now.
Jim, I apologize, neither was I. So yeah, go for it, Jim.
Well, it would have been helpful to have some idea how this process was going to work. But when we're talking about facilities issues for the elected officials, obviously there are some that are listed that are not a problem, but additional election equipment, $400 or $250,000, $475 for tech services, $2.5 million for clerk recorder space. The digitizing deeds, that have we ever done $1 million worth of digitizing deeds in 2 years? Those things seem a little bit bar and not very well described, or I don't understand how they plan on doing them, especially the $2.5 million worth of construction, or whether that's even a viable cost for doing what was described. I don't think it is for a roof over the yard area. So I wouldn't support those. There are some other easy lines on here: drainage for tile repair, those types of things. Body scanner, obviously would be easy.
Okay, I do want to speak just really quickly, if I could respond to Mr. McGuire's thing. I've spoken at length with the clerk about his roofing of the shelter piece or the courtyard piece. And I want to be clear, and Aaron is on the call and he could also speak to this. The clerk isn't like in love with the idea of roofing that piece. But he does need more space. And if you've been in the clerk's office when the election is running, it is clear that he needs more space. My issue is that we also have to do something with the sheriff's office. We also have various tenants within this building, including the Parks Department, and we don't know what their long-term status is going to be here. And before we decide to put any money, and I will say he has gotten some preliminary quotes from facilities from Dana, and the one option of doing the roof is like 900,000 for part of the courtyard, and to do the whole thing and to run electricity and everything is in like the $2.5 million kind of dollar range. My suggestion would be that we do have immediate facilities needs, but I think we should put some money into next year's budget, maybe in like the $1.5 million range, in case we decide to take action. But instead of just deciding to roof the courtyard or anything else, that we should comprehensively look at Brookins. We should get a sense of if our tenants are going to stay. And then we should make an informed decision, because it might make more sense to move, between the clerk and the sheriff. And we've also heard that the public defender's office doesn't have enough space. RPC right now is running out of space and we're having to give them extra space. We just need to do an overall assessment. I think we should put some money in the budget in case we decide to start moving in that direction, right? So that we are set up to start doing that. But we need to decide, are we going to shuffle people around? Are we going to do new construction? It doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've heard everything from we're going to take over the gym to we're going to roof in the, right? So there's lots of different options out there. And I think that those discussions have been very siloed. If we could have them comprehensively and do one facility study. And Mr. Goss, Kyle, and Darlene and I discussed this at length. I do think we need to put some money into that line so we could get it started if we need to in 2022. But I do think that that's my thought on that. So I wanted to respond to you, Jim, just because we had had more conversations about that than this paper reflects. Ms. Michaels.
If I can back up a little bit, I think if I'm following you correctly, we're looking at page 10 and 11 from our packet. Are those the items that we're wanting to discuss right now? Because I'm kind of a little bit of a loss when the
I
list.
apologize. Oh, no. Okay. So yes, I apologize for that. No, we are not looking at page 10 and 11. Those are the full bore of what they've asked for the entire history of time. What we are talking about is the list. It is not in our packet.
Okay.
These are the requests that we specifically got for the 2022 budget from elected officials, right? So there might be other stuff on this packet that's awesome and we want to talk about, but I do feel like we got to narrow it down somehow. So let's just do now. So that would have been in your last cow packet, and why it's not in this one is a little bit beyond my comprehension. But again, I didn't put the packet together.
Well,
so,
some of it correlated to these two pages, and that's why I thought maybe I was a little off. But
right.
If I go back to talking about facilities again, we definitely need to do a study or a revamp or whatever and see what we have before we start adding or doing new things. Years past, and I don't know if many of you remember, but at one time they even thought about leaving Brookings because it was too big and going someplace else and running spaces. So that to me would be more important to put funds aside in a general purpose, not specifically to one department, for the study of Brookings and where we would maybe eventually move people around, RPC and the like. So that's my feeling about that.
I see other board members, but Mr. Ammons, I didn't know if you had a response to those two comments.
Thank you, Stephanie, and thank you all for your questions. I actually have a few slides that I wanted to share. I don't know if it's appropriate for me to do so at this point to clarify what it is that we were asking for.
Sure.
All right, if I could share the screen, I would do that.
I think you have to give him permission, Stephanie.
I do not have permission giving authority.
Okay, so while we work that out, I don't want to belabor this. I am happy to clarify. First of all, we're not at this point pushing forward or moving forward with the enclosing or topping of the courtyard. As I spoke to Member Furtado earlier, what my concern is with the county. I personally believe a move for a complete Brookings facility that satisfies all the needs of all of us is a more comprehensive approach. And so I support that because I want to make sure that we're looking out for the entire county. If that's not feasible, if that's not in the plans right now for the board, then I have to advocate for the space that the clerk's office needs. But I'm more supportive of the study of the space and doing a facility study first to before we move forward with having to spend something on enclosing the courtyard to provide us with the space that we need. So I just wanted to clarify that again, and then I know Member McGuire spoke to I think it was 2.5 million or something like that we had put forward. That's because we don't really, and we have a quote from that Dana pulled together from one of the other architects that spoke to about a quarter closing off just to give us a little more space, and then a second proposal that was more what it would cost to enclose the entire space. But even that's not as comprehensive as we would like it, as even I would like it to be. So I know the board would like it to be even more comprehensive than that, the time frame and how much it would really cost. So we put that 2.5 million in there to make sure that we would, if that was what we had to do, then we would definitely have enough money to make that happen. So right now, what I'm supportive of is the study, the facility study that's necessary, and I'm happy to answer any questions about that. The other things, the digitization was one of the things that was raised by Member McGuire as well. This is a revenue generating proposal. This is, especially in the recorder's office, where there's maybe $200,000 or close to that generated a year. And for individuals to not have to come into the facility to use that and to access that, we think that's an important piece for workflow and for safety and security of the staff and of the citizens, especially at this time. So it fits directly into what ARPA is about. And it is a revenue generator. It will be a perpetual revenue generator for the county because individuals will be able to access files and records from online for the recorder's office as well as for the clerk's office. So I want to be clear about that. There was a couple other things that were raised. I don't know if I've covered them all, but we're trying to do what's necessary and what needs to be done. The voting equipment, for instance, that was brought up, the sorter that we need. We bought a sorter last time because that's how much money we could spend. That's what we could afford. But as our rolls grow and more people vote by mail, we will not be able to process that a higher number of vote by mail. The machine that we have right now is at its max. The supplier tells us that, 35, 40,000 is about all it's going to be able to handle per election. And if we move beyond that, then we'll be in a situation where we won't be able to process them, and we'll have people having to open letters by hand. And we don't want to be in that space when this is another vote by mail clearly fits into the parameters of ARPA, because individuals do not have to come inside the facility to cast their vote, and staff can stay safe, and so can the citizens. So those are just a few of the responses that we have. And again, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. So next up, I have Mr. Jacob, then Jim Goss, and then Steve Summers. Jacob.
I might be, I heard facilities, and I'm kind of with Diane on this one. For the Art Bartel gutter and curbing and the resurfacing of parking lots under public health emergency, just a little more clarification on how many people live on Art Bartel and okay. Why we would need to do that.
Okay, so I apologize. Again, I am captive of what we have. That specific item is for the road and the parking lot that is part of the county board, or I'm sorry, the county property. And it is, so it is a county facility project, and it is not one of the projects that is for 2022. So I will refresh your memory on what is the projects for 2022. Powers that be, if you could allow me to share my screen, I could pull that document up so that we could see it. And then at least you guys could see what was proposed in 2022. Or if you're on your computers, you could go back to the COW meeting. It was 2 pages within there. But in the meantime, while I'm working on that, so again, it's not those page 10 and 11. That's everything that any elected official has asked for throughout this whole process. That was narrowed down to about a dozen projects that we talked to at length in the COW. And my suggestion is we limit our conversation to those for right now, because otherwise I don't even understand how we would get done with this in one lifetime. Mr. Goss.
Thank you. My suggestion would be for 2022 that we look at, because no matter what we do, we know an election's gonna happen in November. And we're not gonna alleviate our space needs that quickly. I would say that we ought to allocate some money, at least for that, if not for some other spaces, to going to find a short-term lease. You know, by short-term, I mean a year or two. There's plenty of office space around. And it's not convenient, but it's not convenient having people waiting all over the top of each other. And the cost is really fairly minor in the scheme of things. And it truly is an emergency sort of need. So, you know, I would not be in favor of going out and saying we're gonna go and close the courtyard without, as we talked about, a comprehensive facility study. And I just think in a short-term need, we can find plenty of office space that we can make do. I'm not sure how many square feet the clerk needs, but I assure you we can find it all over town. And I think quite possibly right in downtown Urbana. Is it perfect? No, but spending money without having a really solid plan is not perfect as well. So thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Goss. And I actually agree with Mr. Goss. I think outside of the ARPA money that we should ask for a certain amount of money to be put in for potential rental space in case the clerk or the sheriff's office ends up needing it. You know, it's real possible the sheriff's office roof is going to cave in and he's going to be in the same kind of situation, right? And so I think that those are two sort of related but separate questions. Mr. Summers.
Thank you. As Ms. Michaels, Clerk Ammons, and Mr. Goss all have very accurately stated, we've got space needs and we do need a systematic approach to how we meet those space needs. Our clerk will absolutely need additional space in 2022. I did have a conversation with Mr. Brenner about trying to work on a more systematic approach in terms of meeting those space needs. Mr. Harper was not part of that. He's very busy right now, but I'm planning on bringing Stan in as well. And hopefully within the next month or two, maybe 3 or 4, we'll be able to have a better idea of how to meet the space needs that we have in the time frame that we're looking at for right now and also down the road. Thank you.
Any other thoughts? I'm sorry, I'm trying to pull up the COW meeting and I'm just having a hard time both facilitating a conversation and doing that. Eric.
Yeah, just for people that are looking for it, it's in the September 17
right
full packet, and it is pages.
Eric, you just muted yourself.
You
Right
can't
when you
use
said
the
pages.
space bar. You can't space bar and mouse at the same time, apparently.
You did it again, man.
Eric, you did it again.
I've got too many things open. It's page 56 and 57 of the September 17. It's that chart, and it lists the department head. It's 2 pages and what they requested as part of that memo. And yeah, it should have been tonight's memo, and I'm not sure why it's not. I didn't put the memo together, neither did you. So sorry. But yeah, we just talked about Aaron Ammons. George is actually at the top of the list for the temp staff. So I believe that's what you want everyone to look at, correct?
Yes. I have that agenda. If somebody could allow me to share my screen. Then I
Stephanie,
think-
you should be able to, any of the panelists should be able to share their screen.
I'm not.
Is it not at the bottom?
Let me see. It wasn't before when I did it. Let me try
I
again.
see it now. There's a bright green button right in the middle bottom.
Okay, 1 second.
You might have to mouse over the bottom of your screen to make it pop up if you have it hidden when it's not down there.
Okay. 1 second. All right. So that we're literally all on the same page, although I will say it's sideways online, I believe. So just so that we're all literally on the same page about what I'm hoping that we're talking about. It's at the end, it's the last 2 pages. Maybe I can make it turn. There. All right, can you all see that? So cast your minds backwards. This is what we had the cow about a little over a month, like half a month ago.
Was
These
it
were
was that
the,
a pun?
I don't know if it's a pun. So these are the items that each person presented on. Mr. McGuire.
Yeah, thank you for turning it the right side up. I know these are limited, limited list. Some of the items I wouldn't necessarily support. But a year from now is a long time for the items that we didn't include. I think are important items on the list.
Jim,
And look back at,
oh, go ahead, go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to look at both lists and see
Yeah,
which facilities issues that are on the complete list that should be, we should confirm that we want to do.
Right.
That aren't on your new list.
Right. So let me be clear. This new list is what elected officials asked for in 2022. So this list came from the offices. This is what they asked for.
Yeah.
So we could, of course, move stuff over to 2022. And I totally agree with you that another conversation we have is how much money we want to allocate totally to internal county needs. But in order to try to get us into some sort of coherent conversation, I wanted to at least start with what folks actually asked for.
Well, I assume like anybody else that needs funding, they're going to give you the top of the list of what they want.
Right.
Even though that we have the funds to do some of the smaller projects that we should try to get accomplished that they need. IT and courthouse IT and things like that. I think those are important. Network premise security monitor. You know, there's just a lot of different things that are listed that aren't listed in this larger list that we should try to accomplish. That's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you. And I am not in disagreement with that. In fact, my suggestion is that, and this is again, just my suggestion, is that once we get all the way through the entire list, that any money that we have, like all the rest of the money should go towards internal county needs. And that each year that the elected officials could prioritize them based on their request. Ms. Koppel.
Maybe I could help here. So the elected officials were asked to put the things they really felt were priorities for 2022. And that's about these 12 to 15 items here. They also took a look at what they thought could actually get accomplished in 2022. Some of the items are, we know we're going to need many of them. They're already on our IT plan or our facilities plan or other, ideas that people have, but they don't believe that we can get them done in 2022 because we might need to do an RFP process. We might have not done a study about what is needed, or we have to do things in a certain sequence. So these are the ones that they said, yes, we think we can do these in 2022 if you would be willing to fund them. The other items on the list, potentially, some of them were put in the general fund budget if we thought we needed them in 2022. And I was not sure if they would fit in ARPA, or we just weren't sure how much you would allocate, but we absolutely need them. So some of them are in the regular budget already, but many of them can just wait one more year as we figure out what else we need. And we can only do so many projects in 1 year. So does that help a little bit?
Yes, it helps. Thank you, Darlene. All right, anybody else want to speak to this? Mr. McGuire, or let's go to Diane because she hasn't spoken yet on this item.
Real quick, as I'm looking at this, we have several departments that have kind of lumped together a lot of projects. Is it possible to say, okay, here's a certain dollar amount, and then you try to fit those projects in? Because otherwise, we're all going to be sitting here going, yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. And I'm wondering if we don't just throw X amount of money into a budget of a department, and then they try to accomplish some of their needs, not wishes, but needs with some of these dollars.
Darlene is going to speak to that, and then I might have something to say. Darlene.
Okay, thanks.
I can speak to that as well. So what actually will happen is if you guys decide on specific projects that you would like to fund, let's just say, for example, you want to fund everything on the list for 2022. Then Tammy and Kathy and I will sit down and figure out what budget line items those need to go into. They are in the ARPA fund and they will stay in the ARPA fund for payment. We're not transferring them over to other funds. The only thing that would be maybe a change is capital. So those will all run, if it's a capital, it will mostly run through either IT or facilities. It won't go to the specific department that's asked for it, just like our current facilities and IT does. So you're right. You just need to, you say, if you want to do these particular projects, set aside a lump sum of money. I'm calling it a wallet of money that potentially would cover. We don't even know if these are the exact actual prices because we haven't done RFPs for most of them yet. But if you set aside, let's just say, I don't know what it is, $3 million or whatever, we will put that in the capital fund. And then during the year, as we develop the RFPs or get the work done, we will pay it out of that fund. Does that help?
Right.
Yes,
Thank you. Mr. McGuire.
I was going to say that does help. My concern would be we give somebody a chunk of money, and while it indicates that it's going to be spent on a certain project, it doesn't get spent, or we lose some projects because they haven't been funded. But if everything is coming to the board again through facilities or something else, that might be helpful. But I do want to make sure some of these things are touched upon to ensure they're done.
Okay. I mean,
that would be Kathy's oversight of the ARPA fund. If you, for example, if you say you want to pay for, let's just say Aaron Ammons postage vote by mail. If, for example, it doesn't cost $145,000, it'll just get paid whatever it is. If we need more than that, potentially we would have to come back and ask for more. But if there's money in the fund, we can juggle a little bit. We'll just, if it's $5,000 more, we probably just pay it if it's for that project. But we'll be watching the projects and it'll have to go to that project.
All right. Anybody else? And since I'm sharing my screen, I can only kind of see people, so feel free to just shout out. All right. So I would like to make a suggestion so that, because we still have a lot of ground to cover, I will let you look at both of these pages one more time, unless you're looking at them on your own. I do think, to Mr. McGuire's point, that there might be some things that come up that once we get these done, that we want more capacity for, and there might be some wiggle room in terms of some of these prices. So right now, 667,000 of this is not capital. 2,092,000 and change of this is capital, and the list in its entirety, excepting the jail and Head Start, is $2,759,678. I agree that there's no reason to be that specific. If we allocated $3 million for the needs that were articulated by the elected officials, I'd like to say that that is my suggestion and how we move forward with this. I want to be clear, that does not mean that would be all that we'd give to the county needs. We would be appropriating more money in 2023, 24, but that seems like a suggestion to me. So I'll let you look at them one last time. Mr. McGuire. Samantha, I'm not sure what happened to Jim there.
Sorry, I don't know that creating a list of all these items, especially the clerk's office and the $2.8 million worth of construction, we have no clear idea is going to actually happen. The mailing is expected to have 40,000 mail-in ballots. $145,000 is too large. There Computer tech services of $500,000. Have we ever done that? Obviously, that goes through 24. Those numbers are just too high, and I don't know that.
I just want to jump in for a second. I think the clerk bounced off for a second. But the number does seem high for the postage. I guess we should have done a better job describing. Senate Bill 825, it's not just vote by mail mailing. It is the statutorily required mailings that we are now required to do for the entire county related to Senate Bill 825, and specifically notifying voters about the permanent vote by mail list, how to opt into that, and there's mailings associated with that.
Thank you. Ms. Carter. Oh, go ahead.
Well, I don't know that I still
Exactly my
agree
thought.
with that. I don't
Wait,
know.
wait. Mr. McGuire, finish your
And
statement
that's-
and then we'll go to Ms. Carter.
That's not the only item on this list. The computer info tech services at $500,000. Building repair and maintenance, another $500,000.
Well, we're pulling, is it okay if I jump in really
Yes.
quick? Okay, Board Member McGuire, we're pulling the 500,000. We agree with the board. There needs to be a needs assessment. I updated Kathy Larson and County Admin today that we were gonna pull that because what we really need, and it sounds like other departments as well, is a needs assessment of all things considered, not just trying to patch up in a courtyard to buy us some time and some space. So we're actually pulling that, and in that stead, we requested a $50,000 needs assessment, but if the county is going to fund that as a whole, then we're fine with that. What we're advocating for now, and I think the board's in agreement, is the 50,000 for the assessment. And if that needs to go to the county, then that's fine.
Well, then, so we can lower the number by the 500,000 and $2.8 million. I mean, how many more staff are you going to hire for next year? I realize you need election.
We're not
space
asking
during
for
a-
staff.
Well, I know, but if you don't have more staff, you don't need more space for them in a continuous basis for
No,
construction.
but we have temp staff, Board Member McGuire. We have 800 election judges. We have temp workers coming through the office. So
They don't need their own office space, so is the
Okay,
point.
we're going to move on. To Samantha. She's been waiting to speak. Samantha.
Thank you. So my question is just like with Jim, he's questioning the numbers being too high for the county clerk's office. I'm looking at the sheriff's office, like $20 million. Okay, so for the jail consolidation. Now, from my research, I found that the satellite jail was built to add on. Is that correct?
Yes, but Samantha, if this is okay with you, we're going to discuss the jail as a separate item all on its own.
Okay. Well, I'll
So
wait.
that's not part of
But
this
I
right
just-
now. Yeah, I
because
hear you.
The numbers
I hear-
are high,
I hear
and
you.
I understand that. totally.
I hear you. We're going to discuss the jail consolidation and the new early childhood building as separate items because they are big ticket and because I think they deserve their own conversation. All right, so I'm going to stop sharing my screen so that I could actually see people. Does anybody else want to speak to this? So we could, Miss Michaels.
I'm sorry,
You're
real quick, because I think we've had some items pulled that we weren't aware of, and we had your screen up there. I believe what Ms. Patton said was that they pulled the 500,000, and then we're not gonna talk about the jail, so that's off of there, and the early childhood building is off of there. But then the rest of it is kind of what remains that we're looking at funding, right?
Right. So
Okay.
without the 500,000, although I would still advocate that we have some sort of money if the Brookings facility study comes back and says that we could do something. and it's ARPA eligible, it seems like we'd want to be in a position for that. So I'm not completely comfortable in zeroing that out because we might need to do some sort of work. But if we do that, we would be at 1,592,678,000 in capital and 667,000 in other, in
Okay, thank you.
services. You're
Thanks.
welcome. Mr. Brad.
Thanks. And with Angela still on here, I'm going to ask a question about the statutory requirements that she mentioned. Along with those new federal requirements, don't those often trail with grants from the federal government? And I think that's Ms. Patton's forte. In the past, I think we've seen lots of federal grants when we have federal requirements. Is that not correct?
Right, you, go ahead, Stephanie. I apologize.
I'm not going to speak for you. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, so I appreciate that. And yeah, we do get grant funding. Unfortunately, what happens with the grants is that the guidelines change depending on the funding cycle and the type of grant. And unfortunately, postage is not always included in the parameters for the grant. So even though State Board gives us the grants, there's still guidelines that we have to work within. It's not just whatever you want to apply to that grant. There's specific things. And the last 2 times we were funded for postage during when we had CARES, but the regular grants that we receive, the IVRS and the HAVA, do not pay for postage.
And I will say, Brad, not just for the clerk's office, but for any of these, if subsequent grants came in, say there was a new DOJ grant that would pay for the full body scanners, then we would zero that out of ARPA and we move it over there, right? Like that should be the case out of anything that we fund. Ms. Lakshin.
I think you basically just said what I was going to ask. Like if we're advocating for a grant researcher writer position, as well as we have Kathy who is supervising this entire process, I know that we have that safety measure in place for if any of these are able to be funded by a grant, we can move that money. We would move them back into general ARPA funding and we would have that for other public needs. Great. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Goss.
Yeah, I guess I look at postage for vote by mail and say that should be a county expense, not an ARPA. I don't think it's a function of COVID necessarily. I think our ARPA funds are better spent on other things. I think we probably have that room in our general budget. I hate to take grant money that is this ARPA money and take it away from something else that I believe is more important. And if we need that 145 in the general budget, put it in the general budget. We have a little bit of room there. I just don't like taking ARPA money for postage. I don't believe it qualifies personally, but that's me. And I'm sure that there are a ton of people that disagree with me.
I'll say, I actually don't care one way or another, to be perfectly honest with you. As long as it gets funded. If it's statutorily required, it needs to get funded. So as long as it gets funded without taking away from some other necessary funding or expenditure within the clerk's office, I completely would be fine if Tammy came back and said we should put that in general fund against the general fund, as long as it didn't reduce the clerk's office in other ways, or if they thought it was an eligible ARPA request. That sort of judgment call, I am fine with Tammy and staff making that and bringing it back to us. Mr. Summers.
Just want to speak briefly to your point, Stephanie, in terms of not completely zeroing out the part of the clerk's request that had been geared more towards roofing of the courtyard. I don't think that's necessarily the best plan. We need to look carefully at how to address his space needs, but whatever we come up with is likely to cost money. And if we entirely zero it out, then we're just saying we're not going to use any of these funds to meet his needs, which I do think would fall into line of in relation to COVID with vote by mail.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Storr.
Thank you. Many years ago, I was involved with doing a lot of work with counties regarding making certain types of information available by sale or to capture money, recapture money that was used for aerial photography or some other kinds of records. And Lake County determined that it cost them more money to have people to help serve in the public than they recovered in any costs. So I support doing any type of digitizing, such as the line item for digitizing deeds, so that the public and professionals can access this information themselves. It'll save time and personnel and make things more available. I think that'll be. I agree with Angie and Clerk Ammons that this is a good this would be a good use of the funds. Back to you.
All right. In recognition of the fact that we are on line item 1 of this long discussion, this is my suggestion that we allocate $3 million, that it is only for items that were presented by the elected officials and that are on that list. If anything else is determined by staff that they want to do additional items from the ARPA list, that they have to come to the board and ask for approval for any additional items. So as Jim McGuire was saying, if there's something else on the list that we think is great, but we didn't fund it yet, and somebody decides, hey, we could actually get that done, but they would need to come to the board and ask for the ability to do that. And that would give us some flexibility. So I think unless somebody really wants to say something, I'm going to ask for a roll on that where you say support or oppose. And if you oppose just because of a specific thing, you could say I support it except XYZ. Yes, Ms. Lakshan.
Just to make it super clear for everybody, this is the items minus the early childhood in jail
Right.
that we're
These are
talking
the
about
items,
right now.
Right. Yes,
Yes.
because both of those items are more than 3 million. So yes. So $3 million for the items requested by elected officials, be they capital or services for 2022. Any item that was not submitted as part of that process, they have to come back to the board. Any item that staff in good faith determines would better be served on general fund, as long as it doesn't hurt the department that asked for it, right? So what I would not support is if they said, oh, Susan, you got to go, since I see Susan patiently waiting for this vote. Susan, you got to go find your separation, whatever those things are called, in your own budget. Like that, I wouldn't support. But if they said, hey, we got money in the general fund and we'll give it to you and we won't hit it on ARPA, I don't care. Like, do you know what I'm like? I trust Tammy to put the budget together in the best way that's possible. That's my proposal. And if it's okay, if the clerk could call the roll, so you could support it, you could oppose it, or you could oppose it with, or support it with caveats, I guess.
Thorsland,
Support.
Vanich Therana,
Support.
Wolken,
Support.
Carter,
Support.
Cowart,
Support.
Esri,
Support.
Furtado,
Support.
Goss,
Support.
King,
Support.
Lakshan,
Support.
McGuire,
Support with caveats and then digitation and construction.
Okay. No.
Michaels,
Support.
Pesalakwa,
Support.
Paul,
Support.
Rodriguez,
Support.
Store,
Or with inclusion of at least some money for digitization.
Straub,
Support.
Summers,
Support.
Taylor,
Support.
Patterson.
Support.
All right. Next up, because that was so easy, is the jail. So we're going to talk about the jail. We have to talk about it. And listen, this is tricky because the committee on the jail is still meeting, but we also need to give some direction in terms of ARPA funding. One thing I do want to mention, and Mr. Goss and I are in agreement on this. We are only tonight going to direct appropriation for the first half of the money. So we are not going to discuss appropriating more money than we've already received, because until that check comes from the federal government, I'll believe it when it's in our bank account, right? So we're not going to make a bunch of promises that we can't deliver on by appropriating more money than we have. So just keep that in mind. So we just approved $3 million. We've already spent some additional money. So as I will, as we go through this discussion, continually come back to you with totals, but I just want that to be abundantly clear that at this time, we're only talking about the $20 million and change, because we don't have that other check yet. And I'm super uncomfortable committing appropriations that we haven't received. All right. Would anybody like to start the discussion on the jail, which is still on line 17? We haven't moved off of line 17 yet. Oh, wow. Don't everybody just speak at once. Mr. Paul.
I'm stuck for this one. I hate spending so much money on really anything, but it definitely seems like there's a need. I think if we listen to what the sheriff shows here and what we're paying for, and then if we listen to the needs of the community, we could find a comprehensive way to find a way to house other people's problems for a substantial amount of money to solve our own problems. So right now, if we can't get people out of our jail to find anywhere to put them, we're having mental health issues. Why don't we build a jail that can solve two birds with one stone, where we can house other people's high risk mental health patients and be a leader there, where we can then, I'm sure there's more counties that need to house people for more than $2 million, and that can help facilitate some of the other things we want to get done. But just building another jail, I don't think, I'm pretty sure that I didn't think it passed when we asked people about it. So I don't know how we can just use it with money that was supposed to go towards fixing, infrastructure and stuff for job creation. But if we can find a way to build a jail where we can use that to fill needs in other communities, even, and still fill roles in our own community while making sure people are safe, and have people come in and still do the job. Like we're having buildings coming empty that we're landlords of. And if we're talking about redoing Art Bartel, that really could seem like a way where we could get everything done. I know there was some conversation of that in the past. Maybe we can start there.
Thank you, Jacob. Brad, and then Samantha.
Yes. So I think that obviously many sheriffs have lined up to this board expressing the problems, and they haven't got fixed. And my problem is that when I say that I support this and I'm behind our sheriff all the way, I think some people interpret that as that I'm not in support of anything else, and that's not the case. With a grant, a bonus like this, we simply have to make a decision and we have to run with it. We have to make it do good things. Deciding to put the lion's share of the money towards something that we need desperately, that needs to be rehabilitated, that needs to be better for the people that end up there, that needs to be better for the people that work there, and it needs to be a facility designed to keep people from going back and addressing mental health. I see this as this is a once in a lifetime opportunity to really give that a shot in the arm. And I express that wholeheartedly, but I don't want anyone to interpret that as me saying I don't have any regard for anything else. I just find myself saying, like I would at my own home, I've had a windfall. What do I have that needs to be fixed? And in my opinion, We have a great leader in our sheriff, and he has a great plan and a great team. We've heard a lot of testimony from people in corrections and his staff. I think we have a great leader and a great opportunity to make this problem better with this ARPA money. And I'll stop at that.
Thank you, Brad. Samantha.
I disagree with my constituents that have emailed me and voiced their opinion on this. $20 million, and we have $41 million. How would we have money for anything else? Right? So my thing, basically, this is my conclusion. I totally understand that the jail needs some help. Should they come from our funds? No. Where should the ARP funds go? To the underserved community that has been rejected for so many years on the enhancements that need to be done, right? As far as water issues, flooding, we need cameras, we need sidewalks. Garden Hills is the only neighborhood that will, down also, but we have been begging for years to get sidewalks. These are simple things of lighting. You can go outside and look and see that you have a light sitting probably right in front of your house. You go through Garden Hills, it's dark. You almost hit people when you drive through there at night. You know, so I will not be voting for $20 million. And I do suggest that the money do go to towards the jail enhancements, but not from the ARPA funds. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Samantha. Steve.
This is obviously an extraordinarily difficult subject to address. We have a situation with our jail where we have a need for immediate action to protect people's lives and safety, both our staff and people that are in the correction system waiting trial. I do not believe that we have the time to wait until 2022 to go to referendum to pay for this. I think we have to act much faster to be able to make sure that safety is maintained for our staff and for people that are incarcerated. I will point out that when we first started talking about ARPA funds, when the ask was made for a minimum of 10% to address community violence, I spoke in favor of that and said that that is my baseline, and I will stick by that. But I do not believe that we can address the jail issue without the use of some funds from the ARPA money that we have available. $20 million, Samantha's absolutely right, that's completely out of the question. But we need to work with our staff, work with Tammy in terms of seeing how we can pay for modifications to the satellite jail so that we can safely close downtown and be able to move forward to addressing the other community issues with the ARPA money that we have available. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Diane.
Yes, thank you. And I'm sorry I keep going in and out here. One of the things that I want to make sure is that whatever dollar amount we kind of come to a consensus on, which is going to be difficult, is that we need to remember the cities of Champaign and Urbana also use our facility. And I would really like to see a collaboration with maybe some of their funds also to help get this righted. People shouldn't be in that facility the way it is right now. Whether it's staff or the people that are being held there for whatever reason. But I do feel that this is not just a county issue. This is an issue for the city of Urbana, Champaign, even the village of Ranch Wall, and the university, because all of those people participate with using that facility. And I just want to make that known. I think we're going to need everybody on board to get this thing righted.
Thank you, Diane. Mary and then Eric.
Wow, I think Diane just made a really good point. And what I was going to say is that sometimes it's very frustrating as a newer board member to hear people who've been on the board talk about how now it's suddenly a hurry and it has to be done now to close this jail, when it's now has been at least the past decade, if not longer. So I realize at this point in time that it's probably going to be the consensus of the board for some ARPA funds to be used towards closing down the downtown jail and renovating the satellite jail. But I just want everyone to know that it doesn't make me happy.
Thank you, Mary. Mr. Eric and then Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Stephanie. Mary, you hit the nail on the head there. I think when I ran in 2008 for the County Board in District 1, this was a topic along with the nursing home, which was just opening, by the way, back then, that we had to get these things fixed. And no one was spending money on capital, blah, 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 and no one ever did. I agree. We have to put some of this ARPA money to it. If you look at the survey results, we put something like $14 million into this 1.7. We're talking about 3 million, I believe, for 22 that we just allocated for capital projects. That leaves us 11 divided in half. That's something like $5.5 million. I agree with Diane. This is a jail that's used by the U of I, the cities, the villages. Anyone who sends anyone to the pokey is sending them to us, and we're taking care of them. Dustin is having to take care of all of these people. They're all receiving some form of ARPA support, and the whole county basically is required to fund this jail. So I would suggest we allocate in the first year from ARPA with the idea that we're getting other ARPA money from other entities and grant money, and that we're going to have to go to the taxpayers for some of it, somewhere between $3 and $4 million in 22 for the jail. It's a terrible taste to have in your mouth to say that. I'm not happy about it, but I've been on 2 tours of the downtown jail, 2 years apart, didn't get any better. It's got to be done. And we do have an opportunity to do this right now to get this started. So we should.
One quick, I see the stack and I'm going to give everybody a chance to speak, but one quick point of information, and I'm asking this of somebody that is on the jail committee, because I actually do think this is important for this discussion. Is there any sense that I did watch the entire meeting, but I can't remember now. Is there any sense that we're turning a shovel in 2022? Like, what's the timeline is what I'm asking.
Could I speak to that?
Anybody that's on the committee could speak to that.
Thank you. I believe that the architect said that they were going to need up to a year, almost a year, just to do the design. So if we gave them some money starting off, they would need upwards of, say, $1 million to start doing the actual design. And I don't think that a shovel would go into the ground until after they're done with their design and the bids were let.
Okay.
Somebody else may have a different memory.
Let me be clear. I'm not at all suggesting we punt this conversation, because I think that would be cowardly, but we might not. And I also want to remind everyone that we have $3.9 or 3.7, I forget, million in CARF that is unallocated. So we have enough money to pay for design. We don't need to appropriate for design. We probably have enough money to pay for design and potentially some construction. So when we're talking about the scope of the jail, that money is there, sitting there right now. We don't need to do anything to spend that. Brad, did you have a point of information?
Can I make my comment? I mean,
well, no,
are we going to follow the discussion?
Mr.
I mean,
McGuire,
Mr.
McGuire, I have let you speak. This is a point of information.
I haven't spoke on this issue.
I know you haven't. I'm going to come to you, but I feel like this is an important topic that was raised with the last one about if we need to appropriate this money. After Brad,
I'm on the committee.
Okay, well,
enough,
Brad,
Mr. McGuire. Enough.
Brad had his hand raised.
Who put you in charge?
Stop.
Who put you in charge?
Everyone stop. I'm not having this.
Well, let's follow a meeting. Let's follow a proper medium.
I am. Brad had his hand.
You've let 3 people speak.
Stop. Jim, stop. Brad is gonna.
Just
Brad,
mute.
everyone's, I don't have the power and I'm not muting people. People are going to speak with decorum. Brad is up first, then Jim, then Steve. Okay. You are the people on the committee, then Emily, then Jenny. I'm not going to be challenged on how I'm running this meeting. Brad, your hand was up.
It was, and I can't bring myself to speak. That was a ridiculous display of other people trying to run the meeting for you, and I will default to Mr. McGuire. There are a few people in the room that need to let the chair run the meeting.
Mr. McGuire.
Thank you, Brad. If we're not going to fund this with ARPA, we're not really building consolidating the jail in a timely manner. The $3 or $4 million that we have in CARFA or CAFA, or whatever, probably want to say it, really the jail at $20 million is too small. The $3 million should be added to the $20 million to build a facility that actually won't be full when it's completed. The discussions about the cities, when the counties took on the responsibility of bookings, the cities were supposed to pay for some of that, and they've never done it. The city of Champaign is asking us for ARPA funds. So I'm not sure how we would expect that to happen for them to support the jail. They haven't done it in the past, and they won't do it in the future. And the reason we're in this position is we never funded the maintenance of the downtown jail, and it's crumbling around our ears. It's unsafe, unsecure, and needs to be closed as we're doing. But that closure will cost $1.5 million to move people out of the county. The engineering of the project will take a year probably, but to say that we don't really have to say we're going to fund the money out of ARPA funds now, so the money is there when it's time to start the construction, means it won't be there when we start the construction. Because if you don't appropriate it now, at least $13 to $14 million in the first chunk, then it won't start. And then the funds won't be there for the second part when you'll want to spend it on something else then also. We're talking about a 2 or 3 year project. And the money has to be there if we expect somebody to bid on it. And we can't say that, the ARPA money will be there later. It's not available.
All right, thank you, Mr. McGuire. Just a point of information, if you appropriate money into a budget and you don't expend it, it falls back into fund balance and then you would have to appropriate it again. In no way, shape or form did I not suggest that we needed to have this conversation, but there's a difference between how much money we want to spend in the lifespan of the grant and how much money we need to appropriate in 2022. And if we're not going to go into construction into 2022, we would just have to reappropriate it in 2023. That's how budgets work. Mr. Summers.
Yeah, it would be fine, but
Mr. Summers.
it's got to be available
Mr.
at any
Summers.
point because we'll spend it. You can let everybody else talk as long as they want, and then when it's time for me, you interrupt.
Jim, I have not interrupted you, and I have been incredibly letting everybody
I don't
talk.
think so.
All right, later on, I'll time it and I'll tell you how much time you spoke. Mr. Summers.
All right. First thing of 2 points. I'm only bringing up 2 points, then I'm going to get off mic. Our next meeting as a special committee to look at the jail will be next month. We will be addressing potential ways to finance. So really, any conversations at this juncture about specific dollar amounts is really, really premature. And I challenge anybody to show me that they have good data to go by in terms of figuring what amounts of money are going to be required. Second point.
Oh, sorry.
I am really tired of having a meeting where we have people speaking over others. The chair may recognize somebody, other people continue to speak. I'm not putting party labels on any of this, but we need to have decorum in how we address each other and how we operate as a body. We have a chair that is doing, as far as I'm concerned, an excellent job in trying to maintain decorum and order. Let's show some respect, every one of us, and wait until we're recognized to speak. And when Another speaker is brought forward. If you have more to say, raise your hand again and wait another turn. But we don't need people talking over others, and it makes us look frankly foolish. And I really don't want to see another Jim Dye article about how the county board simply can't freaking get along. We're smart people. We can do better than this.
Before I recognize Emily and Jenny, Brad, I didn't know if you had something, you are a member of the committee, and I think that this timing question is part of the committee's role. Brad, did you want to say anything about that in specific, since you did have your hand raised to that point?
Mostly it was about the timing and
Brad, you're going to have to go ahead and keep yourself hidden because when you talk, because otherwise we lose you.
Listening industry. It's just not realistic. And I'm having connection problems, so I'll listen.
Okay, thanks, Brett. All right, Emily, and then Jenny, thank you for being patient.
Thanks. Just wanted to note a couple things. Also, as the committee does their work and maybe kind of facilitate and anticipate what votes are coming up, or the constitution of the votes that are coming up. I'm not going to repeat my resentment for the tone that's taking towards the chair. I'm going to skip over that note. But a couple things that I do want to note is that this will require some use of American Rescue Plan funds. Demolishing the jail will take money. I also want to say that some responsibility does belong to cities. And that is seen simply, if you want to just narrow it down to a single metric, look at the number of police officers that the city of Champaign employs versus any other entity. The majority of, I'm not sure what the data would be on this, but I can tell you, I was chair of the Citizen Police Review Subcommittee for 2-3 years. I can tell you they are a major hub in who does and does not get sent to the jail. So I think adding some measure of accountability, saying put your money where your mouth is for the work of city employees does not seem unreasonable to me. 2 more things to note really briefly, won't take more than 10 seconds. I do want to note that this choice does in part belong to voters. That I understand that wouldn't be the full amount of the bill that would be put to a referendum, but we owe that to voters. It's the vision that they want for their community, and they deserve a chance to weigh in. Finally, I just want to note, I will not be voting to expand beds. And whatever project infrastructure work that we take on with the jail, I will not vote to increase the bail, or I'm sorry, to increase the number of beds. Again, I've seen it in real life. The lower the number of beds are, the greater deterrent for police officers to incarcerate, to jail somebody who does not need to be. I can give you half a dozen cases that I've seen on dash cams. That's where I'm at. Thanks.
Thank you. Jenny and then Leah.
I had thoughts, and then I'm sorry, everything kind of gets derailed when people start screaming. So I wanted to, I think, support what Mr. Thorsland said earlier. I don't think a vote of more than 3 to 4 million at this point. I mean, not a vote, a straw poll. I mean, because what we're looking at for 2022 is planning. We're looking at plan architecture. We're not looking at breaking ground. I wouldn't support any kind of 20 million. Like you said, 20 million is more than we have a check for at this point. That's not coming out of the 2021 ARPA funds that we've received. But I do also agree that it's important that we acknowledge that there are COVID consequences on the jail, and some of that can be alleviated with ARPA funds. And if we can close the downtown facility and make sure that we have a humane space for people, I would support some measure of ARPA funds going towards that, but the bulk of it has to go towards supporting and preventing community violence. I'm looking at reports right now that another Champaign Unit 4 student has been killed tonight, and I can't support millions of dollars towards the jail when our community is hurting in so many other ways.
Leah and then Mr. Goss.
Thank you. So no, if you're, I'm so scattered right now because of the big chaos, but I'm finding it really hard to like pin down any sort of number for this, and like how crucial is that right now? Because I know that in 6 days, we're having another meeting of the jail committee. And I believe that Tammy was going to speak to us about our funding options at that point. So I'm kind of feeling a little bit cart before the horse here. And I don't know how accurate that is, and I don't know how important that is. So
No,
what do you think?
Leah, no, I completely, I do think we need to have that discussion because we need to figure out how much ARPA money we're thinking about putting to it. But we also need the full landscape of funding options, and those, I don't really know how you thread that needle.
Okay, I don't know if it's just my background, like in my house being really loud, but when you're talking, if you could just put your mic just a tiny bit up.
Oh,
Thank
sure.
you.
Sorry about that.
Oh my God, no, it's the 14-year-old. So, yeah, I'm supportive of some, like, I mean, maybe up to like a third of the cost of the jail that we decide on, like maybe $6-7 million. But I wouldn't want to go any higher than that personally with the ARPA money.
All right. Thank you, Leah. Mr. Goss.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'll try to be a little bit brief here. A couple of comments that have come up. I agree. Champaign and Urbana got something like $38 million of ARPA funding as well. They are the primary consumers of the jail space. However, statutorily, the county is required to provide the jail space. And if they throw that in our face, I have a problem with spending money on Garden Hills if they're not going to kick in on the jail. Even if it's something as simple as, listen, we're going to take X amount more dollars to help out the problem in Garden Hills that the city could not wait to annex in to get that tax revenue, and then they failed on the infrastructure to take care of it. I get that, but I think the cities need to own some of this, as well as they need to own, quite frankly, a big share of the mental health issues that we're going to discuss as well, and the community violence issues. You guys probably know for sure, but what is it? 65% of the population of the county is in the two cities. They need to be stepping up to solve some of these issues as well. I think we've got to take and assume, let's just do for easy math, assume that we're going to get the whole 40 million. I think we need to allocate probably 15, 16 million of that of ARPA funds. But again, I'm willing to negotiate. Obviously, we're going to have to come to some sort of consensus, but we also know that we're just going to have to sort of allocate it. We can't appropriate it right now because we're not going to spend it in 22. And, we probably have enough money sitting there for 22, but I also don't want the money to disappear because we've been given a grant, and this board has sat around for 20 years and not done anything on capital, which is why we've got this ginormous $30 million list. And we've not taken care of capital buildings for years and years and years. And now we just, and lots of people that are on this board had the opportunity to say, yes, we're going to fund a long-term capital plan. And so those of us who had that opportunity, we said we were going to do it. It was the boards that preceded almost every one of us that chose not to do that. Now, maybe it was they didn't have the funding. I think a lot of that is, but this board has the funding now. We've been given a significant grant. And as far as I'm concerned, we could, and Ms. Furtado and I have talked about this. Honestly, the county needs enough infrastructure type things. This 40 million could never leave the county's oversight because we've got those kind of demands that we're going to need to be able to fund. So I think I've said my piece, but I think that cities need to own it. I just don't know what we can do to get them to do it. You know, we can ask, but I'm afraid I know what they're going to say. They're going to say, too bad, you're required to do it. So I think it's a slippery slope. I've had my chance. I appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goss. I am in agreement with Mr. Goss that we do not need to appropriate any money in 2022 because we have the money for design allocated. And I think based on the parameters of the conversation that I've heard so far, that is there. I do hesitate to just completely move off of this topic because I do take Mr. McGuire and Mr. Goss's point, and I think Mr. Summers' point that, well, actually several people's points that just because we haven't gotten that other check yet, we do need to start thinking about what we're going to spend that other check for. And that is a piece of the direction that I do think we need to give. Where I'm at is I would like us to not have to go to referendum. I don't think there's any reason we need to go to referendum. We have bond capacity within this county, and that is something that Tammy is going to speak to at the full committee. Where I'm at is I would want to make sure that we leverage enough money from ARPA for the jail to ensure that we don't have to go to referendum and that we get done what we need to get done. And from spending a lot of time thinking about this, I think that's in the $7 to $8 million range. But at some point we have to close this conversation, and I'm not. I don't want to close it to be completely. I don't want to just completely punt it. So does anybody have a suggestion? I mean, I could keep making all the suggestions on the oppose and support, but does anybody have one that like a concrete support support thing? Yeah, Leah.
Do you mean like a number?
Yeah, I mean a number.
I'll say what I said earlier. I'll go the highest. I'll say 7 million.
And let me be clear, Leah, just for clarification, you're saying 7 million for
Total.
the landscape of ARPA, but not for 2022.
Exactly.
Okay.
Is that right? I think that's right.
Okay.
Like the landscape thing scares me.
I'm sorry. I'll stop saying landscape. The entirety of ARPA.
Yes, the entirety is what I mean.
Okay. Samantha, Jenny, Jim, McGuire.
I just feel like there should not be more money allocated to the jail than any other project in Champaign County. And I also propose that maybe we could have an even amount that's going to not-for-profits, even though I totally understand the projects and everything that's going on. But I do know from experience, there is a racial divide behind non-for-profits who get grants, who have in the past, who is struggling, who is well off. I know that. And I know that being that majority of the non-for-profits that are minority are at a disadvantage. This money should be allocated to non-for-profits. And I feel like if there is monies going to the jail, it should be even. Non-for-profit and the jail. So that's where I sit on it. No more money should go to the jail than non-for-profit organizations or combating crime. Thank you.
Thank you, Samantha. I appreciate that. Jenny.
I gotta say, I think I support both what Leah and Samantha are saying here. I wouldn't support, I fully support the need for updated jail facilities. I absolutely think we need to get it done, but I cannot see allocating more than $7 million of ARPA funding for it. I know that there are other sources of funding. I know that we are working on accessing those, and we are working as quickly as possible to get it done. But also I can't support more money going to the jail than what is going to directly benefit the communities that need support right now. Because that is an absolute necessity for ARPA funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Mr. McGuire, Jacob, and then Jennifer.
Thank you. I think I said $12 million, and I wasn't that expecting that to be everything out of the total $40 million that we have. That would be closer to to $20 million by the time we're finished. Because this is, as Jim Goss said, our highest priority and responsibility for the county is to provide a justice system and a jail that protects the public and gives people a safe place to be secure and to know that we have a justice system that works properly. By lowering the number significantly and only saying that we're going to start with $7 million, when I truly want to support some of the programs that we've talked about. If the money isn't set aside now, if and when the other $20 million shows up, and it's not allocated then, I won't use the other appropriation word, but it will go to more of those programs because it'll be a year later and we'll figure out something else to spend it on. And that has been the problem for the last 20 years with the jail or other facilities that we have. And we won't complete the jail or won't have the funds available to complete the jail. And we will not accomplish the responsibility we have as county board members, which is to protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Jacob.
I just want to say again that I think squeezing us into a box of a traditional jail of where people go and sit is something that we can't do again, because that's how the satellite there is. It's terrible. But if we can spend $20 million on facilities that can stop low level reentry to still give people a safe place for a multifaceted use. Most people who commit crimes when they have no other resources that are on the street. So if we can find a dual purpose area, I really don't often use the word safe space, but it would be necessary so people don't feel the need to commit crimes, or before they can go commit the crime, they could have an opportunity to do that. And then they could also see some of the things. I know Cook County has a massive one, but the complex at 26 in California, we could go take pieces of that model from, because they do a lot of different things there. So I say that we could spend, $22 million if it closes all of the gaps of making sure when people go to jail, they don't get hurt in jail. Make sure that when people go to jail, we find out why. And then for the people who are really serious, we can find a way to also make sure that they don't re-enter the community because of the cracks in the system. Because some people do have things that require or commit crimes that against people that require long-term jail or prison. But sometimes we've had people sit in county for years that shouldn't be, just because the way the system works. So I think the box is in at a small number because we're saying we're just going to build another satellite jail to throw people in is doing a disservice to the county as well. So I think as much money as it takes to fix the problem. So we would be building a brand new jail, but it would also be building much more than that.
Thank you, Jacob. Jen Straub.
Thanks for the chance to speak. I just wanted to say that I'm with my colleagues who believe that we should definitely close the downtown jail, but use as little ARPA money as possible to do it and leverage our other funding sources to make this happen, while we still have the opportunity to invest in all of the many ways that we can to enrich our community and make jail less of a necessity.
All right. Thank you, Jen. Kyle.
I want to say that looking at the design that's been put forward to us, the essentially the bare bones plan for $20 million, it does add a special needs pod that is designed to sort of work as a medical sort of wing of the jail for people who have high needs, particularly mental health. And and there's also programming space. And while I do think it's good to have things in jail that can help to deter recidivism and get people connected to programs, that's certainly not the place where you solve those problems completely. I mean, there's a lot of systematic causes of why people wind up in jail that I think that we can address outside of the jail. But with that being said, We have an obligation to have a jail that is humane, that is safe, that has adequate facilities. Going on a tour of the downtown jail, I think that can really show anybody, the exact conditions that we're sort of forcing people to be in. And I think that it's really our responsibility to make sure, because regardless, there's going to be people who need to be at the jail. And we have bail reform coming. I do think that'll have some impact, but I'm not under any impression that it's going to cut the jail population in half. So we have to have a facility. And if we're going to do that, we should do it the best way that we can. And so I do support us doing modifications to the downtown jail. To the satellite jail. The plan put forward actually reduces our overall beds that the county has. I think it's about 113 downtown. And we would be leaving that, and the proposed plan increases it by, or has an additional 76 beds at the satellite. So I think it's a reduction of about 35 or 36 beds total. And I just think this is really our moral obligation to take action on this. I also don't support using anywhere near close to $20 million of ARPA. If we need to, I think around 7 million would probably be more comfortable. But the reality is that we don't know. We do have a committee meeting next week where we're specifically going to be speaking with Kathy and Tammy about different options we may have for funding. So I think it was mentioned earlier, this conversation is somewhat premature, but that's no fault of anybody. It's just how the timeline of things has gone. But I think that we'll have a lot more information then. So I do caution about going too far into the weeds of predicting different aspects of what's going to come down the road in funding.
Thank you, Kyle. So I guess I need to just take the pulse of the body, is that what we must try to give direction to tonight is, if we're going to be at all fair to Tammy in order to put the budget together, we need to give her a sense of at least the 2022 appropriations. And so I don't know if you all want me to continue with this conversation, if you want me to move on to another topic. I'm willing to take suggestions on this, but I don't. Is anybody advocating that we need to allocate money in 2022, to appropriate money in 2022, with the understanding that if you appropriate money, you're expecting to spend it in that year? Mr. Storr.
Thank you. If I heard correctly, that we do not need money for design, and that would be the only thing that we would likely do in fiscal year 2022. I don't see that we could defer this until next year. Could we not?
Diane.
I agree. I think it is a little bit premature, and I think we probably need to move on until we get a little more firm information from the committee. I do believe that we should use some ARPA funds for this, but at this point, we're not really sure how much or what is needed. I believe there's money already set aside for the study, so that's already done, and then we can all have a chance to digest this a little bit.
Thank you, Diane. Mr. McGuire.
Thank you. I don't know that we've appropriated any money for this project to start. Is Tammy there, or somebody who could confirm even that the $3 or $4 million will be used to start the engineering for the jail? Then the next.
Sorry, Jim, there is money.
Okay.
There is 3.75 million allocated already in the capital fund.
Okay.
So it could be used for this. It could be used for engineering studies. It could be used for space planning, which we talked about earlier. There's lots of things it could be used for. It's in the capital fund right now.
Yeah.
Okay. So my only concern is having the funds available, whether it's bonding or whatever, which we find out more in the next meeting. that we do have money that we are saying we're going to hold ARPA funds because once they're gone, they're gone. If we go on to the RPCs, early Head Start, and then a bunch of other programs, we're going to spend that money. And that's why it's not appropriating for 2022. It's just knowing that a part of the ARPA funds will be available to make up the difference of what we need from other sources. And that's why I think that we say $10 million now, because we don't know we haven't got the check yet from the second part. So that's my thinking. Thank you.
I see, Mr. McGuire. I think I understand what you're saying. You're saying that you're not suggesting we appropriate it, but you're just suggesting that we appropriate it for nothing because we're setting it aside for the jail. Am I reflecting what you're saying correctly?
Yeah, so it's there. We know we have a chunk of it set aside, so it's available, and we just have to start that work. Because
Okay.
if we start listing a bunch of other things that we want to support, we'll fritter it away, and it won't be there when we need it.
All right. Thank you for that expression. I don't see anybody else's hands raised on this issue, so I'm going to move on. I suggest that let's try to finish up the section 1. The next section is communications. I think I can make this somewhat easy. We weren't really sure where to put the postage, the postage, so that's where we put it, and we don't need to discuss it because we've already discussed it, and that's taken care of. The postage for the vote by mail. There is somebody put $500,000 in there, and then people put money in for public health and safety, staff, mental health services, substance abuse. If anybody wants to speak to any of those issues, I do think that it might just be that some of us put that under preventing community violence, those kind of services, and some of them people put it here. But if anybody wants to speak to it here, we can, or we could put a pin on it and come back to it in the preventing community violence section. I leave that up to you all. All right, I don't see anybody clamoring to speak about it here. So I am going to say it is 9:05. I need a 5-minute break. So take a 5-minute break, stretch your legs. We'll be back at 9. Oh, shoot, it just turned 9:06. You have till 9:11. Hopefully we spoke about the hardest issues. Probably not, but hopefully. So you have till 9:11, and we're going to come back and we are going to be talking about, if you're following on your spreadsheet, 2.2 household assistance. All right. We're back. The meeting is back. I want to make the suggestion that it's 9:12. And again, I apologize that we started late. That's completely on me. My suggestion is this. If you find yourself, and this is just my suggestion, if you find yourself in substantial agreement with the discussion as it's being said, just go with that. That's cool. You don't have to, every single person that agrees doesn't have to chime in. And if you find yourself in substantial disagreement with something that's being said, maybe just say, yeah, me too. All right. In order to try to move that along a little bit. Okay. So next up, we have rental mortgage assistance and utility aid. Several people put this in. Does anybody want to speak to this? Mr. McGuire. Jim, you're muted if you're talking.
Thank you. So, I think this is important and needed. I'm not sure how much money RPC has left for rental assistance and other assistance like that. I'm not clear on how we fund or how we hold accountable any organization so that we have proper reporting to meet ARPA for this type of spending by the county through ARPA, unless we go through an organization that actually has, you know, a system, the people to do the work, do the reporting like RPC or something like that.
Mr. Patterson. Okay, thank you, Jim.
Yeah.
Mr. Patterson.
I was just going to mention that specifically with the mortgage assistance, I know that it has been mentioned by some of the leadership at RPC that is one of the gaps that they see in local relief funds, that there aren't sources for mortgage relief. We've been able to get a lot of money for rent assistance, but unfortunately not for mortgage relief. And when it comes to who would operate a program like that, I think that if they had, the willingness to take on the project, RPC would be the perfect place. I mean, they are, probably the best people in town when it comes to reporting standards, and they operate, many programs that would be very similar in like the logistical scope of this program. So I think this is probably a wise investment.
Thank you. Mr. Storr.
Thank you. This category includes support for the Urbana-Champaign Sanitary District, which desperately needs some money for a lot of unpaid bills that might not be covered by the RPC programs. It also has some small business recovery funds. And so I think that I support many of the items in this category.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Storr. I think right now we're speaking specifically about the rental mortgage and utility aid. And so far, the two specific things that we've discussed are the request that we received from the sanitary district for utility support and mortgage assistance. Mr. McGuire. Mr. Paul.
The sewer fees, I'm just say, I think Kyle has a good point about RPC being able to handle these programs, including rail assistance, power, sewer, and then they are limited to the group that most of the funds should be helping. but we don't have a program I know of that a mortgage. So determining how much funds we would put into this might be a little difficult. Looks like Darlene was putting her hand up.
Yeah, Darlene, did you have a point of information?
I just wanted to mention that really what we need for the 2022 budget is to put a line item called community services. And that would include anything that is not within the county itself. So any grants that we're giving to other districts or community services of any kind, we would put in that line item.
Right.
And then, so potentially we would set up some kind of maybe application process for an actual project. What you guys heard were obviously not, we don't exactly know the details about everything or how much it would actually cost, things like that. So there would be probably another step that would need to go in place with like an actual application of some kind, and then you could decide which projects you wanted to fund. But if you want to fund some of them in 2022, there would need to be an allocation for community services.
Thank you, Darlene. Jacob.
I absolutely love the idea of helping with some type of mortgage assistance to keep homeowners in homes. Just as long as we're not helping pay for people's secondary rental properties, a boathouse, like people who, where the system could be abused. But I think that's something that could be a major benefit to everyone. I used one for out of Cook County this year, and it saved my family's life. So I think if we could do that same thing for someone from our own county by ourselves, it would be pretty neat.
All right. I don't see anybody else. Diane.
Sorry there, thanks. Two things. One is I do believe the banks have had some programs for the mortgage relief. I could be wrong, and I don't know to what amount. That being said, I'm not opposed to helping with some of these funds, but I also don't want to see these funds used for additional interest or fines and fees. I want to see it go to the principal, or we can reduce principal for somebody and help them out, i.e. the sanitary district. I think they can waive some of their fees if we're going to help pay some people and get them a little bit updated. So that is my only concern with that line item.
All right. Mr. McGuire, is your hand raised again?
Yes, it is after Darlene had finished speaking, because she makes a good point about having a community service line. The question would be how much we put into it, comparing it to other spending that we might want to try to do. So how would you determine that without any other information? Thank you.
Right. And I think that's what we're doing right now. If we go through all of these and we add them up, that's what we would spend. Eric and then Samantha.
Sort of more of a process thing. I'm holding in my hand stuff from the packet. It shows the survey results. And there's a clear sort of trend, a majority number that gets presented for a lot of these line items. And in this particular 2.2, we have 770,000. I believe that includes the sanitary district request and some other things. Maybe we should start some of these conversations with where there's a clear majority opinion based on responses and an amount that seems to be also consistent, and see if there's support for that. If we total it all up, we get $3.2 million to take care of Section 2.
Okay.
And then because we're going to have further budget discussion about this, we can then parse it into the pieces, but we're trying to give staff direction on where to point these things. I didn't put this survey together. I don't know if the categories are all correct. I know that we struggled a little with the water ones and where to put different things, but maybe that's a good starting point because it is now 9:20 and we're on Section 2.
All right, Eric, I'm all for that. Samantha, I'll let you speak and then I'm going to dovetail off of what Eric just said. Samantha.
Well, I definitely know for a fact that foreclosures were being pushed through our county courthouse during the memorandum. So I definitely worry about our mortgage holders that were probably in a bind during that time and were put into foreclosure. So I definitely will be supporting mortgage or people needing help with their mortgages. And I would even include foreclosure. I think you can find that information out right to our county courthouse. Thank you.
All right. Well, we have a new proposal, and I do think this is a good idea to kind of move this along. Eric is saying, let's talk about, there's 3.2 million for all of section 2, and that includes household rental mortgage assistance and utility aid. There's various dollars amounts, but up to $2 million for small business assistance and $500,000 for aid for not-for-profits. And in an effort to be completely transparent, I believe where that came from is I would like to substantially support or to direct funds towards organizations that serve our immigrant population. And I think the not-for-profit line is the best way to go about that. Aaron Esri, who has not spoken, I don't believe yet. So Aaron, have at it. Aaron, you unmuted yourself and then muted yourself.
That was my fault. Sorry. I was hitting the space bar instead of using my mouse. I have spoken a little bit earlier. It's been a while. Anyway, my caveat on spending this would be for the sanitary district. And the reason being would be the idea that the municipalities that the sanitary district serves definitely own part of this, if not all of it. It doesn't serve the whole county. It's that simple. So the idea that if the county is going to pay off all of those bad, I'll just put it, bad debts, that's just how I'm going to put it, that are owned by the sanitary district, the county doesn't own all that by any means. So that would be my big caveat. We just don't. Not saying we can't put something in there, but again, on the jail, it sounded like a lot of people agreed that the city's own, municipalities own part of it. Well, hello, this is the same issue as far as I can see, because it is the Urbana-Champaign. Now, granted, they serve more than just Urbana-Champaign, but it's not a whole county issue. So that would be my big caveat on this particular item, for the whole line item, I should say. And I'm sorry, I'm probably skipping ahead a little bit because of the getting into that Champaign sanitary district, but it has been somewhat mentioned too. So that's all. Thanks.
No, thank you, Aaron. Chris, and then Kyle.
Thank you. I think that the sanitary district does serve a considerable part of the area outlining outside of the Urbana-Champaign Savoy area, Aaron. I can't quite recall what number of population or percentage, but it's not, it's double digits and it's pretty large. So it's not just Urbana-Champaign. It is a point of clarification. If you'd like, I can try to find out.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson.
I was just going to mention, I know tonight there's been a lot of discussion of the city's responsibilities. And I recognize that when it comes to like our traditional funding of operations, other than the operations of the different departments we have, what we are responsible for is the unincorporated part of the county. When it comes to these ARPA funds, this is different. Typically speaking, both cities have a much larger budget than we operate under. But in this situation, we were given money for everybody in the county, and Champaign and Urbana make up a large majority of the county. And I think that we have substantially more money than they do. And I do think that we should not be, viewing things as only helping one municipality. There's lots of projects that we've talked about that are water infrastructure that benefit one rural community each. And those are things I'm absolutely in support of pursuing. So I think that we should, keep that in mind as we talk about, what our responsibilities are.
Mr. Goss, and you haven't spoken on this item yet.
Thank you. Just to follow up to that, Kyle, I mean, actually, the Champaign and Urbana had $38 million, which is not exactly 40 million, but we're within a couple $1,000,000. Used to be a lot of money. Today, it doesn't feel like it. And the actual unincorporated areas that we serve in the county got 0.0 ARPA funds. Now, they don't necessarily have utilities to speak of, but they do have water issues. And certainly we've seen numerous demonstrations this evening of how pathetic the broadband is accessible in the unincorporated areas. So I do take a little exception there. And again, I would suggest that if we're looking at whatever that one number was, $3 million for this community services, that we only appropriate 1.6 million, half of that amount this year, if that's what we need to do. Sorry about that. Thank you.
Mr. Goss, you took the words right out of my mouth on that 1.6 million. That is literally what I was going to suggest. Mr. McGuire, and then Mr. Patterson.
Well, thank you for letting me speak again. And I agree with Mr. Goss. For all of these, having good information about really what the need is out there, and making sure that the organizations, because we're just looking at a $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, $4 million to put into these funds, but we wanted to make sure that they have the ability to do, and I everybody brings up RPC, but it sounds like we're talking about just giving the sanitary district $700,000, and that gets past the income limits and that RPC has for those utility fees. It kind of quantifies the amount of money that we're going to spend on this one issue, and we've got a lot more to deal with. So I just wanted to bring that up.
Mr. Patterson.
No, it's okay.
All right. Darlene, I don't know if you still have your hands up as a point of information, or I apologize, or if it's just from before. Okay, I think.
Sorry, it was just from before. Sorry.
All right. Mr. Goss suggested, wait, before we move on, I did want to give Chris an opportunity to specifically speak about small business, because earlier I told him not to, and then we made this all be about that. And I don't want to just not give him the chance to, if you have anything to say on that. And then I would like to see if we could come to agreement on Mr. Goss's motion.
Thank you. I spent some time talking with the Champaign Chamber of Commerce, and although I didn't get a hold of the Black Chamber of Commerce, I have been corresponding with them. And I'd like to suggest that we should put aside $2 million to support economic development, including a business retention program to help those businesses that suffered during the pandemic and were not able to get other funding for various reasons, workforce development, and the chamber has a number of really good plans, too many to go into any detail. But aside from that, there's also an awful lot of gig workers who work multiple jobs that are not getting any money from any other source. And I think that we owe at least a little bit of money to help support those folks and help them get back on their feet and help get with the economy. And I think $2 million is not an unreasonable amount given the other sums that we're spending. So that would jack up your figure a bit, Stephanie.
Well, no, Chris, the 2 million, let me be clear. I was not at all saying that we would only put 1.6 million to it. What I was saying is we would put 1.6 million for this entire category for 2022. And then we would revisit it for the next, so basically if we just did half of each of these, right? for 2022, then we can then come back and do another half in. And I do think we should take, be in conversation with our PC who could help us implement the mortgage situation. We could work with WIOA to do the small business situation. We could talk to them about supporting our immigrant community members. I think that this particular fund, it makes a lot of sense to work with our PC, but we don't have enough money because again, we're only going to allocate off of one check. We only have half the money right now. So would you be amenable to $1.6 million for this category specifically for 2022?
I would.
Okay.
I would.
Is there anybody who's against that? Going once, going twice. Moving on. Okay. That one was faster. Okay. We did that one in 21 minutes. I'm not guessing we're going to get the next one done that fast, but we're going to try. We're going to keep going with Eric's magic carpet ride. And we're going to talk about these in chunks. So the next one is, this is a big one. It's expenditures for services to disproportionately impacted communities. And there's 3 pieces in it as far as I can tell. Just trying to read between the lines of this. The first is money for the Head Start program. The second is money for housing, affordable housing and housing security. And the third is social determinants of health, community violence interventions. I would like to make the suggestion that for the second 2, affordable housing and social determinants of health, I'm in full support of both of these. I think that we need to spend this money in its entirety as it stands. But that said, I also think that both of these require more study. So I would like to suggest that we work with the Housing Authority to determine what is the best way to spend money to support affordable housing and come up with a coherent plan. I think the plans that we heard are fantastic. And I also really like the rural rehab plan. And I think that we should fund that. But I think that we need to, and I would like to say that even the presenters on the suggestions about the Housing Authority suggested that we should study it with the Housing Authority before we moved. And likewise on the social determinants of health, I think I like the 3H model that we heard about. And I like the idea of doing one targeted initiative that brings all of the players to the table so we can make a really real difference instead of funding a lot of little projects. However, I think in order for us to get there, we need to do, just like we're doing a broadband study, we need to do a study. Let me be clear on this. I'm not saying like another racial justice task force. What I'm saying is an implementation of how we would put that program to work. And so that's what I wanted to say about both of those. So I do think we should appropriate some money in those categories. But I think for those latter 2, I think before we expend that money, we need to do the same thing that we're doing with broadband, and we need to make sure that we're spending that money effectively. And I did not speak to Head Start, but I'd be glad to listen to folks speak to Head Start. So those are the 3 things that are on the table for this section. Go. And I would mention Delitzo is here. Samantha.
Head Start is such a vital resource in our community. I think we should fund Head Start.
Thank you. Jenny.
I also agree that the Head Start is vitally important. As somebody pointed out to me at one point in this study process, though, I don't think that we should be in the business of building and maintaining another facility. But I think it's very important that we allocate some money towards their process if that will help them to find a space, to pay for a space, to pay for services. Like, I think we need to support them. I don't know that we should be the ones owning the building as a county or as the RPC.
Mr. McGuire and then Ms. Michaels or Delitzo, did you want to speak? Did you want to respond to that? Okay. Delitzo, did you want to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and County Board members. I'll be brief. And thank you for considering the proposal we submitted to you, which was really intended for us to build a new facility at the cost of, I think, $5.9 million. What we wanted to share with you tonight is to perhaps revise our proposal for a lesser amount, because we have been working with a local realtor, and we believe we have identified a location that's already configured for early childhood classrooms. We can't really share the facility right now because the owners have not placed it on the market, but this would reduce considerably the dollar amount that we initially submitted to the county board from $5.9 million to about $1.5 million, which would provide us with 10 classrooms, and this would be about 13,000 square feet. We visited the facility last night, and we feel that this would more than adequately address our needs. And so wanted to really bring that up to you tonight as we get more of the opportunity to publicly share the information from this facility. We'll certainly present that to the county board, but we feel that this would certainly satisfy our needs. And I do have Elizabeth Murphy, our Chief Operating Officer, who's also on the line, if she has anything else to add to what I've shared with you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delitzo. Jim and then Diane.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Delitzo. And that's wonderful news. But the whole category we're talking about, I didn't quite get, because this was kind of broken up, how much money we're talking about for the other portions, what that total is. Are we going to split that between the 2 years, or 20 million? You know, if it's 4, it's 2 and 2, like we did with the other funding. And do we have a total yet of what we're kind of looking at spending so far? I think it's getting to be 10, 11, $16 million. Are you keeping a rolling total?
Jim, I am keeping a rolling total, although I am going to go ahead and ask Ms. Kloppel to remind me, because I don't have it ready yet on my fingertips, how much money we've already spent. But so far, we have allocated in our conversations this evening, 4.7 million at this time. Thank you, Diane.
Yes, I agree with Ms. Lockshin about owning the building, and I'm really excited about RPC finding that building for Head Start. As I look at this, some of the key elements of what this money is to be used for is not just early learning, but it's social, emotional, and mental health services, and then also other. So I don't have a problem putting $1 million to this, but I don't know that I want to build a building. I'd rather see these other programs and the items that they need to get these programs off the ground for that facility working for us in that way. And that way the kiddos can get a part of this as a plus. Just my thoughts.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else want to speak to this? Emily?
Just wanted to briefly note, I agree with Ms. Lockshin and Ms. Michaels. That's all.
Thank you. Kyle?
I just want to, I guess, say briefly that the initial ask felt like a really big investment for the funds that we have, and I didn't know if there's any room for it, but hearing these new numbers, I think is definitely something that we should consider.
Jen Straub, then Samantha.
I agree with Kyle and just wanted to make sure that was known.
All right. Jenny, Samantha, I'm sorry, Samantha, Jenny, and then Jim, I apologize. I'm not sure if you have your hand up again or still. So Samantha, Jenny, and okay.
I do have it up.
All right, so I'll let the folks who haven't spoken. I don't think Samantha and Jenny have spoken on this one, and then you, Jim.
Just for clarification purposes, Delitto, is this for the purchase of the property or is it just a rental? Would this be a rental?
This would be for purchase of the property. So the owners are going to place the property on the market soon, as there have been looking for a different facility for their purposes. And so this would be for purchase.
Okay, thank you.
And Delitto, for point of clarification, then would RPC own this?
So Betty, are you on the call? So this would be owned by the county.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Betty.
It would be owned by the county, and I think we'd have to work out those details, but if the county would purchase the facility, it would be owned by the county, which would be beneficial to our Head Start program because, number one, we have a demand for 0 to 5 in the population that we serve, including children and families, and this facility would serve us certainly for the next 30 years with a defined revenue stream to support it. So we've carefully evaluated our revenue streams for the future, including our federal Head Start, our federal Early Head Start, our Early Head Start expansion funds, as well as the Preschool for All funding and subsidy from the state. So we would be able to afford, the maintenance and any improvements. But right now the building is fully built out as an early childhood and preschool center with fully equipped classrooms. It is really state of the art, has all the improvements, has a wonderful landscape, lots of outdoor play space and trees. It's DCFS licensed. There are, all of the amenities we could even think of, and it really is move-in ready for our staff and children. So we really, again, appreciate any consideration that you may give us to help us secure this facility in the coming months. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right. Jen, Jim, Lorraine, Jenny.
My hand's down, sorry.
All right. Jim, Mr. Goss.
Thank you. Yeah, as long as I can be supportive of this, I think it's very important, especially as if we can reach these folks early on in life and get them the right education. I think it goes to help later in life, obviously. And I just a caveat, I'd love to hear that you're not counting on the county to maintain it because we've not shown a great ability to take care of our facilities. So I would rather buy it, and if we have to still own it, I'd like an agreement in place that we're not responsible for maintenance.
Yes, I wholeheartedly agree with you, Mr. Goss. I feel like the only way that we could potentially own it is if we had a, 50-year agreement that we weren't maintaining it. Because just to be honest, we don't have the capacity to do so in our budget. Sorry, Lorraine.
Okay, I want to say that I can support the Head Start on their own building because I know how important it is for children to have a stable place to go. And I totally support this because I realize how important early learning is to children because my children went to Head Start, and so I support it.
Jenny, and then Aaron, Esri.
I'm not sure if Aaron has spoken on this one yet. He could go first if not.
Aaron, I don't think you have spoken on this. I apologize.
No, that's okay. I'm not worried. Just a little bit, the idea of the maintenance and you, Stephanie, mentioning and Mr. Goss, the idea of maintaining, and you specifically mentioned in the budget, well, do we even have the staff to maintain another building? So, I mean, let alone the actual budget to do like the physical part of it, but then you need more budget for additional staff to potentially maintain another building. So that was just my extra little point on that. That's all. Thank you.
Yeah, yes, Aaron, you're right. Delitzo looks like that he has a response to that point.
Yes, Madam Chair, just to reiterate what Betty said, due to the fact that we have funding from the federal government as well as from the state of Illinois, currently, even with the 5 facilities that we're operating center-based programming from, we maintain those facilities. And so the expectation here, even though the county would be owning the building, we would be using those resources to maintain this facility.
Thank you. And yeah,
If I
I
could-
think just
if I
getting
could
that spelled
just-
out. Oh, go ahead, Betty.
Sure, I'm sorry. Thank you, Chair. Just to kind of reiterate that we have a couple of leased Head Start spaces where we have long-term leases for those spaces. And in every one of those leases, they are triple net leases, which means that we're responsible for all of the infrastructure, all of the major improvements, all of the insurance, utilities, maintenance, janitorial, landscaping, I mean, everything. So that is what we're accustomed to. And those are all qualified expenses under our federal and state grants. So thank you.
Thank you. Jenny.
I have one more question for Delitzo. Or possibly Betty, I'm not sure who would be able to answer. Would this potentially reduce some of those lease costs by having a new owned centralized location?
So this would be a facility to accommodate some of our, well, a couple of things. First of all, right now we're leasing space from the school district in Champaign Unit 4. And that lease is due to expire in 2023. And they have expressed the interest of not wanting to renew the lease because they need the space for their own purposes. So we would need to move about 5 or 6 classrooms from that location, which is on Neal Street. And so we need to find space for those classrooms, which is this facility would in part accommodate our transitioning those classrooms to this new facility.
Okay, I thank you for that. I amend my previous statement then to say this sounds like a unicorn, and I absolutely would support it wholeheartedly if we have that caveat that you continue to do the maintenance on the property, which it seems like we're not doing at this point anyway. So it really seems like a win-win, and definitely within the spirit of ARPA funding, I would wholeheartedly support it at this point.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, so I don't hear anybody speaking out against that. So I want to mention the other 2 things in this category. So if we're at 1.5 million for that, the other 2 things in this category are housing and community violence. And I would say I support the dollar amounts in both of those categories that have been expressed, which are in like the 3.5 million and 4.1. However, I do think that, as I said earlier, that for these, we need more details, and we need a robust study on how these would be implemented, and make sure that they're targeted in the exact same way that we're doing for broadband. We are looking to do a broadband study that has substantial impact, that is coordinated, and I think we would need to do the same thing for these 2 categories. So that said, I don't think we obviously need all of this money in 2022 because the study is going to take time, and also we need to phase it just like we need to phase the other things. So my suggestion would be that we allocate more in perhaps maybe the $2 million range for this, and so make that the total amount for this category be like in the $3.5 million range, so that we can then begin implementing the projects as they come in under this, kind of as Darlene was saying, with more fleshed out proposals. Mr. McGuire.
Thank you. Will the Head Start building come in much faster? Will that be a bigger chunk of that 3 million? Because I'm sure that's gonna be a total, not spread over 2 years.
No. Let me be
Okay.
clear. It would be what I'm suggesting for 2022 is 3.5 million in this category, 1.5 million of it to go to Head Start, 2 million of it to go to the affordable housing and preventing community violence. I want to be abundantly clear on this. only insofar as detailed plans come forward, you know, like that the board would revisit those items, like that we would have the allocation there to begin funding them once we went through the planning process. And if we determined, you know what I mean, then to expend it, but that we would go through a planning process before we just started writing checks.
Yep, thank you.
Okay. So that would be 3.5 for that category. Does anybody have any total for this category? Does anybody have any suggestions on that? Mr. Storr.
Thank you. These studies may not take an entire year. Could some of this money be made available to these organizations upon completion of the studies? Or how would we handle that?
Yeah, that's why I'm allocating $2 million so that we could implement, like, so if we work with the housing authority and we come up with a plan on how to expend money for affordable housing, we would have a chunk of it to get started in 2022. So we'd have $2 million across those two categories to get started once the proposals come in with some more detail. And then we could revisit these as we go forward. I am in full support of the full dollar amounts that are listed. But again, we can't appropriate all of the money in 2022. We A, don't have all of the money in 2022, and B, we can't spend it all in 2022, right? Like there's a planning process that has to take place. Jenny.
In support of that, but also would like to maybe circle back to this category once we've gone through the rest. And if there's any little bits of money left that we haven't appropriated, I would love to see more go towards it in 2022, sorry.
Okay.
Just because there's such a great need.
Thank you for that comment. And I do want to say, I want to be on the record. I think the idea for the rural house rehabilitation was excellent. I thought it was well articulated. I think it can make a real difference. And I think that should be part of the housing conversation for sure. I don't see anybody saying EGADS. If I don't see anybody, I'm about to put that $3.5 million on the chart. Darlene, I don't know if you had a chance to find out how much money we've already spent for the other things, the broadband study, et cetera, et cetera.
We have not actually spent anything for the broadband study to date, but we will have to do that. We have selected a consultant, which I'll bring to the board at the next meeting in terms of getting an allocation. It'll probably need a budget amendment for this year because we will have to get started and they want paid by monthly. But then the rest of it can go in next year's budget. So that will be approximately in the neighborhood of $80,000 to $90,000 for the study to be completed. We've committed what we have for 6 years for the project manager, which is Kathy's salary, and the finance person's salary. That was, I don't have the exact amount in front of me. It was 400 and something or 600 and something. Kathy, do you have that number?
It is 600,965.
Okay, thanks. And then the other thing which the board has actually committed was the 770,000 for the mental health board. Do you have that exact number, Kathy?
So Darlene, can I just make a suggestion?
Sure.
Why don't we continue with the discussion? You and Kathy get a total and then come back to me just with a total of what we've already allocated. Would that be cool?
Well, yeah, that's about it. That's all
Okay.
we've committed. That's
So-
it. That's the last
all
one.
right,
So whatever,
awesome.
the mental health board, yeah, the mental health board money was the last one that's actually committed.
Awesome. So if you could add those up and then just after the next discussion, how about come back and we'll get that total from you? Because I can't do that math in my head right now.
Well, okay, Kat, to be honest, it's at the top of your sheet that you guys did the survey on. You only allocated 39 million something. And that's because we took off the amounts that were already committed from the 41 million.
Yeah, it's not on the sheet that was printed out.
Kathy, can you get the number for them, please?
All right, thank you. All right, next up, premium pay. And I'm going to, the person on this board who's thought, I want to first of all say, we've discussed this a lot. So I don't want us to get too far in the weeds to this. This is more a discussion. Are we going to fund it? Yes or no? And I'm going to give this to Steve because Steve has been thinking about this, like, I think in his sleep.
I've talked with significant members of our own caucus with regard to this. I've spoken with some of my Republican colleagues as well. The initial dollar amount that we came up with, I think, was one that was not met well with some of my Republican colleagues. So I've dropped down the amount. We're looking at $750,000. That would provide premium pay to all of our 24/7 employees and would provide a $500 stipend to a strong majority of our county employees. All the employees that would be under the 3152 threshold that we talked about earlier would be covered in this $750,000. So I can ask a few questions, I can provide more information, but that's kind of a thumbnail sketch of where the $750,000 would be going.
I will say
will-
one, oh,
go
go,
ahead.
go for it.
No,
Go
go
for
ahead.
it. I will say as one point of information, I've spoken at length with Tammy about this. She is of the opinion that if we do fund this, this is a whole new curveball to this, that it would also impact fringe benefits because it's salary money, and so that goes into fringe benefits, and especially when we're talking about the folks in the sheriff's office, that's a pretty heavy hit. And she says at this dollar amount, in her estimation, it's in between 100 and I think $150,000. And also that she has been in consultation with Kathy and that fringe benefit payment would be ARPA eligible. For me, in order to make things simple, and I think 750,000 is a reasonable dollar amount. I would like to just keep it at $750,000. And if that means we need to adjust the dollar amounts per person, do you know what I'm saying? I mean, the people would still be getting money. It would be going into their benefits. It's not as if they wouldn't be getting the money, but I don't know that I would be comfortable floating this dollar amount up, I guess is what I'm saying, based on that new knowledge.
Yeah, I would add too that I'm using Mr. Colebrook's numbers in terms of county staff and the sheriff's department, corrections. We need to look also at the employees that we currently have, when they started, how much service they had during the pandemic. Those are things that I have not gotten into at this point. My guess would be that at a closer look, the number of people that would qualify would likely go down some. So we would probably have some reduction there. Maybe that would help offset some of the payments that we would have to make with regard to going into pension. But this is a starting point. That's a reasonable amount. And I'm really set on that dollar amount as well. I'm not comfortable trying to kick it up.
Any thoughts? Mary?
Can I just suggest that maybe we do like one of your little support or oppose straw polls if we need to really, because like you said, we've discussed this at length multiple times now. So maybe that's about all the information that the budget process will need.
Yeah, I'm all for it. Can the clerk do, unless anybody else has any comments, want to just run through a supporter and oppose? Could the clerk just run through?
Forsland,
Support.
Vantage Theranond,
Support.
Wolken, Carter,
Support.
Cowart,
Support.
Esri,
Oppose.
Furtado,
Support.
Goss,
Oppose.
Harper, ugh, King,
Support.
Lakshin,
Support.
McGuire,
Oppose.
Michaels,
Oppose.
Pesalakwa,
Oppose.
Paul,
Oppose.
Rodriguez, Store,
Support.
Straub,
Support.
Summers,
Support.
Taylor,
Support.
Patterson.
Or
All right, thanks. All right, so next up is water and broadband. I would like to discuss it as water and broadband. There's a lot of categories on this water and broadband, and I find it somewhat difficult to know like which goes in which. So is that cool with everybody if we just discuss it as water and broadband? Discussion.
I agree with that. Stephanie, sorry. The only thing it would need to be divided for the county budget is whether it's projects within the county as far as infrastructure, water, like if we're going to do the parking lot or something, and the things that are outside the county.
Okay, thank you for that caveat. I appreciate that. All right. With that caveat, if you want to, break it off into those pieces, but we are at water and broadband. Thoughts? I guess, you know what, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and privilege the folks that are on the broadband committee to maybe speak to that. And since Samantha is the vice chair of that committee, why don't we give Samantha the first crack? Samantha.
Thank you. So I definitely, in my own little notes, I put the most money into this block here because they're both very expensive projects. And I think there's both an urgency for both of them to get started soon. So, yeah, I mean, this is just what my biggest expenditure would be moving forward, which I think is what our funds are allocated for. Thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts? Mr. McGuire?
Thank you. This total is like $13 million at the bottom of some of these lists. I don't know what your total amount that you've discussed. I think would be up to about $19 million. The things that Darlene suggested for infrastructure for the county, do we know how much those are specifically? We make sure that we carve some of those out. Can we get a better understanding of what that?
Yeah, they're on your sheet. They're under the parking lots. And I do want to just remind folks that there are grants for that. So we would only have to spend, if we were successful in getting a grant for that, which I think we would have a good chance to be, we'd only have to spend 20% on the parking lot allocation. And that would probably be a 2023 project because of the granting. Jacob and then Brad.
Just as far as the internet goes, I think that's the way we could all make a lasting impact, no matter how this thing works out for everything else that we have personally. And the way that some of the discussions and the interview process, some of the questions leaned itself to how can this, help the county make money? How could it be affordable for everyone? So I think this more than anything is an actual investment into the future of Champaign County, really forever if we do it right. So I mean, and there's ways that we can make it a benefit and make money off of it. So that could be one of the things that falls into the other thing, like how it's maintained by somebody else. So municipal co-op is a real option here. So I think that's something that long term, our kids could be using this.
Thank you. Brad.
What I'm learning in that committee is that, much like the jail, we could spend $60 million just on this project. It is probably going to be difficult to bring anything to fruition very fast. But it's going to be very similar to some of these other projects where we may not have a lot of expense in 2022, but it's necessary. Obviously, I'm out here struggling to even talk to you guys. So we're the committee's sort of in infantile stages. I'm glad we have a consultant picked, but Jim mentioned that number at the bottom of the sheet being 13 million. I don't want anyone to think that that's going to get the job done, because that's just scratching the surface.
Right. And Brad, speaking to that, I mean, similarly to what I said to Mr. McGuire, I think that's why it's so dire for us to get a grant manager in, because there is a lot of additional funds that we could go after. And I think more than anything, it is going to be for this.
Well, and I agree with you, or your earlier statement that as a county, we really need a grant office 24/7, 365, because I think we're missing the boat on lots of things, especially when we're talking about federal mandates with voting and these broadband projects, these types of infrastructures that the federal government gets involved with. I think an in-house grant person would be huge for us.
I agree. Really quickly, I did float an idea to Mr. Goss, and on the water infrastructure, it seems like I think that one suggestion I have is that we allocate money per district. And so we heard from several rural districts with projects, but we definitely did not hear from everybody. And so my suggestion, it is very clear we're allowed to make a substantial investment in water infrastructure. My suggestion would be 500,000 per district. And so for all of us combined, that would be, good Lord, tired, $5.5 million, I think, if I could do my math right. And I believe that the Democratic caucus, I don't want to speak for them, would be very interested in directing the lion's share to that to Garden Hills, because that is for us the most important thing. I will say this though, they're not going to need that money in 2022, because they're going to be designed just like the jail is going to be designing for all of 22. So is Garden Hills is going to be designing for all of 2022. So I don't know that we need to appropriate any of that money now. So just like the jail folks are going to have to trust us that we're going to come back, I think on both of those projects, we will not spend it in 2022, because there's no shovels being dug in 2022. The other thing I think though that was of interest is the mapping of the Muhammad Aquifer. Samantha, you had your hand raised. Samantha.
Yes, I was just wondering who has the most recent data concerning the jail and enhancements to the water retention pond? Would you say it's the city? Would the city have that information?
You mean the city of Champaign? You mean in terms of the water for Garden Hills?
Retention pond. My point is, this has been in the works for years. The enhancements wanting to be done to the jail and also Garden Hills, but who has the clearest information that we can start immediately with either one of these projects? Who would have the most recent information?
So in terms of the jail, it would be the jail committee. In terms of Garden Hills, it would be the city of Champaign. I've listened to their study session in its entirety, so I'm very comfortable about speaking about their timeline. And their timeline is that design will be at least a year. They actually thought it was going to be closer to 2 years, 18 months was for them accelerating it. So they will not be spending money, and they certainly wouldn't need our money in 2022. There's just no, and that was them with the board saying, can't you go faster? Their board saying, can't you go faster? Can't you go faster? Designing a sewer project is incredibly complicated. There's a railroad involved. So there's 0% chance they would need $1 from us in 2022. They have funded the study. But they're not going to be turning shovels. Likewise with the jail, the jail committee would be the group that could speak to that. And I think even in our most aggressive timeline, we would not be turning a shovel in 2022. Diane. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Samantha. Diane.
Go ahead if Ms. Carter wanted to finish. Did you have something else, Ms. Carter? I didn't want to interrupt. Okay, great. Real quick, when you said 500,000 per district, to me, Garden Hills is a district also. I've got a very impoverished community up here that's still on a septic system.
Right.
I know they're one of the people that did ask for funds. He was working, so he couldn't present. But at the same time, to me, if you're saying per district for the outlying areas which do not have another source, city or otherwise, they're pretty much on their own and they've either got next to nothing or a very minute amount. Wouldn't we consider Garden Hills also a district?
I mean, I do take your point. What I'm saying is, for me personally, there's definite water projects in my district that could be done. And I don't think they're as important as Garden Hills. I think Garden Hills is more important. So I'm fine with giving my water allocation to Garden Hills. I think you can make an argument that it's the most but I hear what you're saying. I don't, but I guess but I do hear what you're saying.
I appreciate it. I'm talking about Ludlow.
Yeah, no, I know what, yeah.
So I can see we both have the same passion and I appreciate that.
And I believe me, Ludlow is, yeah.
Thanks.
So that said, my suggestion for water, although does anybody want to talk to the Muhammad Aquifer? Because that's a little bit of a different, I don't know, bird of a different feather. Yes.
I think probably everybody here knows that this is a project to my own heart. I've spent a career of more than 40 years dealing with groundwater contamination. And it breaks me up to tell the stories of going into people's homes whose wells are contaminated. I don't want that to happen here, to the only source of water we have. And this is the first small step to ensuring a sustainable future for all of us, farmers, urban dwellers, business people. Thank you. And I'm sure that whatever is allocated will be used very carefully and will realize a great benefit from it. Back to you.
I apologize. There's actually one other project that's, I don't think, reflected on this chart, but we did receive an email from it today from Susan Monty. And I just want to acknowledge that Susan never does anything by half. She always is incredibly detailed and thoughtful in everything that she does. And she is put together a plan for hazardous waste recycling center. It's a big ticket item. It would eat up, basically, if we're thinking about in the $5 million range for water, that would be what we're doing with it. I think it's a great proposal. I think it has great merit. Just designing it costs about $500,000, and then it's another 3 point something to build, like 3.9. But I did want to mention that that's also something that's under consideration for this proposal. She came to our water hearing and she emailed us again to make sure that we didn't forget about it. Mr. Storr.
Thank you. I served on that committee and I've spent a good deal of my time working with hazardous, radioactive, and a lot of chemicals that people would be scared to be around. Me too. And keeping those out of our landfills and properly disposing of them is very, has a lot of merit. And this is something that maybe we can kind of work with a grant writer to kind of help find. And since the Muhammad is a regional aquifer, that means something that kind of gets dumped in Paxton will eventually find its way here. So a regional household hazardous waste facility would be very would be a big would be a tremendous benefit here and protecting our health and safety. Back to you, Stephanie.
Thank you, Diane.
Yes, thank you. I certainly agree with Dr. Storr. I actually am on the board for the community, the Champaign County Environmental Stewards, which is asking for this money. And I wanted you all to know that. And we also know that, you know, funds are tight, but to keep it in the back of our minds, this is something that maybe we do have this grant writer or somebody else help out, because we actually are also looking out for other people to support this initiative and get it going for our community. So I just wanted to say thank you very much for even mentioning it.
Right. I would totally support doing it. Maybe if we didn't have to do the full bill, if we could leverage ARPA money to get other money, I think that would be ideal. Just really quickly, as a point of information, Darlene, can you come back with us as to what the dollar amount is for everything that we've already expended? Or Kathy?
So far committed is 1.4 million, 1,400,021. Rounded up with the broadband study, it would be still 1.4 million, but closer to 1.5 million.
All right, so 1.5 million for argument's sake. Okay, great, thank you. Recognizing the hour. So where we are right now, before we put any money into rural broadband or into broadband and into water, we are at 10,450,000. That's what we've discussed tonight to direct Tammy to allocate into the budget. And I am keeping track of this on a spreadsheet, and I will send it at the end of the meeting. My suggestion is, and I'm just throwing numbers out there. My suggestion is that we allocate 2.5 million for water, specifically 2 million for rural water, with the trust that we are going to come back to Garden Hills when it's the year to appropriate that money. I cannot emphasize that enough. That's one of my top priorities. But I think we at some point have to trust each other. We're going to come back to the jail. We're going to come back to Garden Hills. And that would also allocate $500,000 to start work on the Muhammad Aquifer project. And then I would like to suggest $3 million to kick off rural broadband, because I think we need money, especially if there's grants, so that we can match grants that is out there, and that will get us started. Let me be clear, that would not be the end of the money for rural broadband. I actually think that every single dollar we don't spend on anything else, that's where it should go, because it is by far the most expensive project on our list. I think that puts us at $5.5 million. And let me just do that really fast. So that would be 5.5 million.
6.
Oh, 6.
2.5, 0.5, and 3.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. The 2.5, there was no 0.5. The 2.5 was 2 million rural broadband, 500,000 mapping the aquifer,
sorry.
and 3 million infrastructure. So 1 second, because this thing doesn't like, 1 second. That would put us at expending $15,950 of the 41 million that we've received in 2022. And I actually think that that's okay. I actually think that Mr. McGuire has a point, that we don't necessarily need to, we have 3 years to spend this money, 2021, 2022, 2023, and 2 out years for construction projects. I don't actually think we need
15 million. You said 15,000.
I meant, yeah, I'm so sorry. I meant 15 million. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
15,950,000. If we do that, if we put 3 million to broadband in 2022, And we could even float that up if y'all want to. And 2.5 million into water in 2022. That would put us at 15 point, almost just under 16 million allocated in the first year. That would give us plenty, that would give us $5 million for if, hey, maybe there's a rural broadband grant we don't know out of there. And we could, like, if we had $5 million, we could get another 40, right? Like, that gives us some grace for 2022. And then it also sets us up that we haven't dipped into the second check yet. And we're just gonna have to trust each other that we're coming back on all these other things, because it's gonna be, we haven't funded out everything I want to fund to prevent community violence. We haven't touched Garden Hills yet. We haven't touched the jail yet, but all of those are things that are gonna be going forward in the next few years. Does anybody have disagreement with that? Samantha?
I just wanted to mention that Rantoul and Urbana are implementing cameras. So I didn't know where that would fit in. I wanted to mention that earlier, but I think there's an urgency to get those cameras up. They're already starting to pay off, and I think it should be definitely a priority soon. Thank you.
And I do think the city of Champaign is speaking about that. I just don't think they've made a decision. I could be wrong, but I could be wrong. Does anybody have a deep disagreement with that? Okay, the last thing on the list is 200,000 for administrative expenses. I'm not entirely sure what that's about. If anybody who's the person who put that on there wants to speak to it, feel free. I don't see anybody. All right, listen, it's 10:30 at night. Oh, Mr. McGuire.
All right, quickly, because we didn't to talk about it directly. But where is the Martin Center for $100,000 or money for See You at Home fit in? I understand we're trying to address violence, but I think the Martin Center is going to support families and community, the Boys and Girls Club. See You at Home, we've talked about it before. They have, Rob has sent an email about trying to support them. I think it's about addressing the mental health needs and families in our community. And where do we do that? I'd like to see that money they requested happen, if not more, for the Martin Center, at least.
So we put in the category that would be under, which is the, I apologize, the category 3, services to disproportionately impacted communities. We allocated a total of $3.5 million in that category. And so what the idea was that we would then get, we would pursue more detailed proposals before we allocated that specific money. So that we put 3.5 million into the category that those kind of things would fall under. And I think before we expend any of that money, just like broadband, we need to do our due diligence and kind of like Darlene was saying, get more robust, fleshed out proposals, if that makes sense. But it would fall under that category, Jim. Jenny.
I agree with Mr. McGuire here on this one. I would maybe propose, now that we've gone through everything, bumping that up to 4, if others are amenable. I know that we still have plenty of time to spend all of this, but this really is such a great need in our community. And there are going to be projects coming at us fast and furious. I don't think an extra $500,000 allocated to cover some of these small projects that are already fleshed out and have proposals to us, in addition to the ones that are coming, would hurt.
I'm fine with that. Is there anybody that's not fine with that, bumping that category up to 4? It's still less than half of the what that category is asked for. It's on the
And we know we'll get more for the next round as well, but just for the 2022 budgeting, I would like to see 4. And it looks like people are agreeing, so.
All right, Thank you. Does anybody, any last comments or questions? Jim, thanks for bringing that up. Any last comments or questions? Thank you all. Kyle.
Just want to thank Stephanie for organizing this very complex discussion very well.
There was pros and cons, but listen, if anybody thinks I have any idea what I'm doing with this, you are sorely mistaken. When I said I would be finance chair, I didn't know about any of this. So that's all I got to say. And again, I'm really sorry that I made the meeting start late. I had no idea that I was supposed to be here in person. Fortunately, I don't live in a corner of the county or we really would have been up a creek. All right. Have a good night. Thank you all for your, just the way you approach this and and don't worry, we'll have lots of chances to vote on this again in the budget process. This was just a discussion. Have a good night. Take care.
Thanks. Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, Stephanie.